What's up, y'all? It is your girl Survivor Speaks, and I am back. Had to start a new stream. So it looks like they're on break. They're in proceedings at the sidebar. So let me bring it over here and see what we get this time. Oh, that's not it. I think we left that one. No, it went back to the same stream. I don't think so. So I think it went back to the same stream, but they're on break. Oh no, I guess it's a little different. So come on in. Hey Royal, can you put a 1 and tell me if you can hear me? The stream, they're actually on a break. Hold on, let me put it on now and see. They were at a sidebar. There was another app. Hold on, let me see something. This is crazy. Okay, you can hear me. Why does it keep over here? They're on a sidebar. You can hear me. That's good. So they're on the sidebar. So I'm waiting for the
2019.
Hold on.
What were your
so
duties?
It is.
What was your rank?
My rank was captain. I was an engine captain, so a company officer. I was in charge of a 4-person crew.
So can you hear him or no?
We basically respond for calls to service and the different functions of a.
Did those calls for service include medical calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any training
Bristolian, can you hear
medical treatment yourself?
The witness that's on the stand?
I am a paramedic. I went to paramedic school in 1991.
You can hear me just fine, very clear.
Can you tell us?
Okay, thumbs up. Thank you.
Is there or was there ongoing?
It was another app
training
that
to be a paramedic?
I had to
yes, ma'am.
delete it. So there was another app I had to delete it altogether. It was interfering with the video. So there you go, AI. I don't even know. I didn't even know what it's called, something else on here. But when I went to the deck, it was
continuing
AI.
education.
So there we go.
Throughout the year.
Thank you so much, Royal, for being
in each
here and
subject, and as well as
letting me
updates,
know. So now we can just get into this.
Pharmacology or different treatment modalities. So yes, there's constant change.
And the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
Well, an EMT is EMTB, EMT basic. A paramedic is an EMT paramedic. So the biggest difference would be invasive treatments. So you're trained with more ability to provide care, cardiology and pharmacology.
When fire gets a call of a person who is shot, what is sort of the normal response? What does fire do?
I've tried, and it's always something. Thank you so much. I have to stop this stream because we can catch up. But thank you so much. I definitely try, and so much has been going on. I just try not to give up. And thank you so much. The donation means so much. I appreciate it. And you're here a lot, so you do see that I am putting back into the platform. Also, everything helps, and I'm grateful for that. It has been a rough month right after my birthday in March. Since March 2nd was my birthday. It's been a rough time. So I do greatly appreciate the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Let me see if my video is working now, because it was playing slow too. Hold on. Let me see if I play it. It is.
The super chat.
Yeah, it was. See that?
I love you all.
So yeah, it was that other. It was the app. It was the AI app. I didn't even know it was AI. So thank you so much, Bristolian. Let's see if we could catch up. I hope other people come in. Thank you so much. Royal, I said Bristol. I'll call you by your last name. Thank you. That means a lot.
Well,
it surely does.
What they normally would do is you get the dispatch, you look on a map, you route yourself in, and then you would determine a safe place to stage while the scene is secured.
No, I have to put your name in the banner too.
And then how do you learn that the scene is secure?
In Chandler, anyway, we have interagency communication. So you're on the radio both with Phoenix Dispatch and Chandler PD, direct car to car or to Chandler PD Dispatch.
So you're actually then told by Chandler Police that it's secure and you can come in?
Yes, ma'am. They will give you a scene safe or code 4.
I like that.
When you arrive on scene,
Thank you.
As the captain, what is your role when you get there?
My role is scene safety, primary scene safety. That's rule number 1 in everything that we do. And in other words, as I arrive on scene, I'm going to make sure with PD that there are no more threats for our crew and get direction to where we need to do treatment.
When you have this team of 4, how do you determine who does what?
Well, I mean, that's individual crew training, and some crews might have specific jobs. Ours is more of a fill and flow. As you come to, I guess I should say, one person is charting, one person is going to be the paramedic in charge of the call. So he's running the call. His job is bigger picture. And then that'll leave 3 people for hands-on treatment until a 2-person rescue would arrive, an ambulance would arrive to help, if that were the case.
Does fire ever respond to a scene and then advise that a person is deceased?
Certainly.
And if fire responds, determines a person is deceased, and this is potentially a crime scene, what does fire do at that point?
Well, fire then would pick up their gear and leave without disturbing that scene as much as possible. I mean, we have gear. We spread out our gear. When we get to a patient, you know, we have monitors and drug boxes and trauma treatment boxes. So as soon as it's determined that the patient is not viable, then you would pick up that gear and leave the scene. What you don't want to do is interfere with any investigation going forward.
And even when you are working on a person, are you trying to limit impacting the scene itself to the best of your ability?
Yes, our job would be to determine if treatment is necessary and then do that treatment regardless. But yes, what I should do, what the captain or whoever that paramedic should do that has the larger picture would be to try and minimize any disturbing of the scene.
But obviously, taking care of the patient is the primary focus, even if that causes the scene to be disturbed.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on July 11th of 2019 around 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Do you recall responding to a shooting at 5531 South Four Peaks in Chandler?
Yes.
When you responded or first went to this scene, did you guys stage like we've discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
And you advised that you're being provided information from two different sources?
Yes, our primary source is Phoenix Dispatch. But yes, you are able to monitor Chandler PD as well.
Is Phoenix Dispatch 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're getting what's coming in from 911. Are they relaying information to you?
Yes.
Are things like whether or not the patient is receiving CPR something that is very relevant to you?
Yes.
In this case, did you receive any information regarding that?
Yes. We were told that CPR instruction had been given and CPR was in progress.
Does 911, in your experience in over 30,
So is she
30
trying to
years,
say-
are they able to provide instruction for lay people who may not know how to do 911 or not know how to do CPR compressions?
Yes, they are actually certified to do that. They train and are certified to give that instruction over the phone.
So even though it's only verbal, they've been trained to how to present that to a person over the phone.
Yes.
So you are advised that CPR instructions have been given and that CPR is that compressions are being given? Yes.
Been a little while, but yes, I believe that I was told. I do know that instruction. I do remember specifically hearing that CPR in progress. I believe I remember. I would have to, but definitely the CPR instructions had been given.
Yeah, I didn't do no
Does knowing that a
CPR.
person has been receiving CPR impact the way you view a patient when you enter a scene?
Yes.
How?
Well, because it would make the patient more viable. If adequate CPR were given prior to our arrival, then you would hope that good CPR was given and that oxygenated blood was being pushed around the body, which would mean that make the patient more viable at that point.
So, Val, you unsubscribe to me?
When you go to a scene where you believe CPR is given,
Oh, you know what? Oh, hold on.
such as this one,
It should.
was that
FFS.
one of the things, I guess, that was
Hold on.
part of your decision-making as you are assessing this patient?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about
Hold on. Shout out to FFS in the building. FFS, I had to restart. It was a whole mess. Like, there was an app I had to uninstall, but on here it's showing me that I'm live because, all right, so I have to change this here to this. I don't know why it's not showing you. I don't know what's. Let me go over here real quick and look so I can. Hold on. Let me pull up another one. I don't know. I just had to uninstall and reinstall. It's showing me that I am live, so I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on. I know a lot of people are complaining about this with YouTube, but oh, you know what? I'm gonna do the video. I'll look for my other my phone. Hold on. Let me start it. Thank you for telling me that, FFS. Let me take a look. Because it's
When you
saying right
entered
here that I'm
this
live.
residence, what do you recall?
When I entered the residence, I recall thinking that the house seemed
What is the day? Let me see.
empty.
Because even
Like
when I
you guys didn't
redirected
move
to
into
Flush
or
the
moved
other
out
day,
of.
it didn't. Normally shows me a message
So there
and
was
it
no
didn't show
furniture
me
or
that.
anything. We had a clear path to where the patient was. And
Yeah,
I
it's saying that I'm
remember,
live right now.
thinking that there's very little in this room other than the patient.
Did you notice at any point some items around the patient?
The only thing I remember being
I don't
around the
know why it's
patient
not
was a
showing
baseball
you because
bat
it's saying here.
and a ball cap.
And do you recall at this point where those items were in relation to him?
Yes, I believe the baseball bat would have been on the patient's right and the ball cap above him somewhere in the room. I think the baseball bat was against the wall on his right.
Do you recall ever seeing a bullet near the victim?
Once we started assessing, I did see a bullet, a spent round on the floor.
So that's sort of a little bit into you're in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
scene.
Yes.
Wasn't something you initially recognized.
No, no.
While you're in there, was there any officers in the room with you or inside the house?
There was at least one officer still clearing the house, I believe, or at least going through the house. I only recall for sure one officer being interior.
Can you describe for us how the patient, how Charles was laying when you first observed him?
Yes, ma'am. He was laying supine. He was laying on his back. As we entered, his head was towards us, so geographically, I think north. So that's how he was laying supine.
Do you recall anything about his?
Where you sending
arms or
FFS
hands where they
on
were?
IG? Because I'll have to
To
go
his
over
sides.
there.
I don't recall, honestly.
I'm gonna send you a okay, I'll see you now.
Did you
Hold on,
observe
let
any
me
injuries
see.
to Charles, this patient?
Yes, he had evidently a gunshot wound to his center chest. Hole in the shirt and a small amount of blood.
Did you recall or notice anything about where the blood was pooling from that shot to the chest?
At that time, I did not, because we have to expose the patient, and the so he's a big guy, so he had
Oh yeah, I don't know why.
a
Yeah,
small amount
I
of
don't.
blood above his sternum.
I'm showing you
Yeah, I
Exhibit
see it,
3
but
that's previously been
yeah.
admitted. Does that look like,
It adjusts a little bit, but
Okay.
you can attempt.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
are you able to see that there?
Yes.
Kind of. Does this look like the patient that you were working on?
Yes.
And in this, do you see the blood pooling in Exhibit 3 there?
Yes.
Is that sort of what you were talking about?
Yes. Here in around the collarbone. So there's a divot here. That
Would you describe this patient as a fit man?
he seemed to be. Yes.
Yeah, it's saying live now.
When you saw that pooling like that, did that stand out to you or seem at all impactful in your decision of whether or not CPR had been given prior to your arrival?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because had adequate CPR been given there, I would have expected more blood, possibly on there, and perhaps a pool of blood under him. I didn't see any blood under him. I mean, when we first got there.
So when you guys first arrived, let's go back to sort of describing the scene. You said that you didn't notice any blood pooling under him.
I did not.
And is that something that you guys are cognizant of, since you're going to have to get down and around him?
Yes, but we're more cognizant of it because it would indicate an exit wound. And obviously, the more blood there is, the more the heart was beating or CPR was being done.
So both
Thanks,
the lack
FFS. I
of
see it,
spreading
but I don't
on
know why.
him
It's YouTube
is
is.
one indication that kind of made you question if CPR had been given,
Yes, ma'am.
and the lack of pooling of blood underneath him was another sort of
Yes.
flag to you that maybe CPR had not been given.
And no one was doing CPR when we got there.
She knew that they wasn't doing daggone CPR. Girl, bye.
Indicator to me. And I say that because if CPR were in progress by PD, if there were an officer there doing CPR, then they would have continued to do CPR until we relieved them.
If a person
She's
is
stuck.
shot and deceased, and you start giving them compressions, can you still push blood out of those wounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point when fire arrives and they are assessing a patient, do they, I'm going to put up Exhibit 4 here, do you need to try to remove any garments that might be around those potential gunshot wounds?
Yes, you would expose the patient.
Why is that?
Well, because you don't know for sure how many gunshots there are. You check for exit wounds. Some gunshot wounds, some entry wounds are minimal. You wouldn't see them. You know, you could go through a shirt and not see them. So you expose the patient.
Okay. I have Exhibit 4 up here from body cam from a officer that's previously been admitted. Do you recognize who these people are and where this is?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, she done learned something since
And
yesterday,
is
y'all.
this you?
It is.
She is a mess.
So in this case, at some point, was Charles's shirt cut in any way to allow access to those gunshot wounds?
That would be the norm. Is at this point they would be cutting his shirt.
Do you recall from this scene how many gunshot wounds you observed to the front of Mr. Vallow?
I believe 2.
Now, when you guys first
I think she
arrived
is
on
enjoying
scene,
this.
do you check the pulse? Like, what do you do when you first get there?
Yes, you would check for pulses, carotid pulse, and obvious signs of life breathing, so chest rise and fall, as you are walking up to a patient.
So in this case, for Charles Vallow, did you guys find a pulse?
No, ma'am.
Did you notice him breathing?
No.
Do you do any other assessments before you start compressions?
No.
So if he's not breathing and you don't see that he has a pulse, why begin CPR? Why start compressions?
Because you don't know how
Girl.
long he has not been breathing or not had a
Exactly.
pulse. He could have just stopped those things moments before we got there, which would make him a viable candidate, or a viable patient, rather.
And does, again, the fact that you believed CPR had been performed prior to you arriving also play into your decision to see
Yes.
if he's viable?
Yes.
As other officers are doing compressions, what are you doing there?
So I am charting. So I am, in this particular case, I was running the call. So I'm going down a checklist, gathering information, getting, listening to what they're telling me, and having them. I'm directing them throughout the call.
Okay. So at some point, are compressions stopped to assess the patient in other ways?
Yes, after a heart monitor is on.
Okay. And so are compressions able to be performed while someone else is getting the heart monitor ready?
Yes, compressions continue throughout until you stop compressions to check for pulses.
Okay. Do you ever want to check a patient who you see have gunshot wounds, such as Mr. Vallow here, to see if there's exit wounds?
Yes, ma'am, immediately. So they would have cut his shirt, taken his shirt off, rolled
Enjoying
him,
this, y'all. I don't care what
checked for exit wounds,
Wow.
and then
She
rolled
is
him back.
wicked,
and,
wicked,
and,
wicked.
Continued compressions.
In this case, are you documenting your observations and others about what you observed when he was rolled?
Yes.
So when he's rolled, you're looking at his back?
Back, right, from the back of the head to the back of the feet.
Okay. So he's completely rolled over so that you can see his back?
Yes.
Did you notice anything about Mr. Vallow's back that may have indicated he'd been there for significantly longer than you originally thought?
He did have lividity. So there was modeling, skin modeling and lividity. Once the shirt comes off, then you could see modeling on the skin, and lividity had begun to form.
Can you tell us what modeling means?
Modeling is sort of a patchy looking skin caused from hypoxia or not enough oxygen getting to the skin. I mean, you can have mottled skin for different reasons, but in this case, it would be from his heart not beating.
Y'all, she is
And then you said
she is
lividity.
enjoying
What is that?
this.
So lividity is
Too
the pooling
much.
of blood, and that takes longer, much longer. So
Wow.
the blood will begin to leave the tissues and gravity drain to the lowest part.
It
of the
says
body.
no signal. Yeah, that's what he's
So when
saying.
the
I
blood
don't
isn't
know
being circulated by either CPR
why,
or the
but when I
heart,
go,
the blood just starts
he
to
sent it to me,
pool.
and I don't see
Yes.
it either. But
And so you noticed that
oh, hold
as
on.
well when he was rolled?
Oh, you talking
Yes.
about my camera? Hold on.
Did you notice any exit wounds?
I did notice at least one exit wound, yes.
After you looked at his back, do you recall, I guess, when in this process you checked his heart monitor, when that was done?
I do not. This all happens simultaneously. You ask what these different people are doing. They're doing all of those things simultaneously. So the patient is exposed, CPR has begun, and the evaluation, the rest of the evaluation is happening. So timeline, it's on the heart monitor, I'm sure, but a lot of it happens simultaneously. That answer the question? You asked that again. I'm
I
sorry.
believe so. Do you recall what the heart monitor results were?
Asystole. No electrical rhythm in the heart. Flat line.
Do you ever look at a patient's pupils?
Yes, ma'am. Always.
What's that for?
Because if it's just a brain function. If you shine light on pupils, they react. When the brain stops to function, hypoxia sets in. The pupils will dilate and remain fixed, so they won't change. They're non-reactive to light.
What did you see with Mr. Vallow?
They were fixed and non-reactive.
So we heard about the pooling of the blood on Mr. Vallow when you first arrived. As CPR was being done, did you notice any blood being pushed out of his body?
A little bit more. Again, he is on his back. Exit wound was in his back, but yes, we increased the amount of blood under the patient by doing CPR.
When you first arrived, did you notice any active bleeding?
No, ma'am.
What's the relevance of no active bleeding?
No heartbeat.
She is, when I tell y'all she is enjoying this, she's enjoying this a little too much for my liking. Like the questions that she's asking.
Were you advised of Scott Cowden's information about when he started CPR, hearing the crunch?
Hearsay.
Or feeling, I guess, the
Wait, let's
crunch of
see.
him
She ain't hearsay, but she about to go to
performing
hearsay.
CPR.
Was I advised of it?
Yeah, did he let you know that?
No, but that would be expected.
And is that expected if CPR hadn't been performed?
No, not adequately. Again, big guy, so that the sternum will, the cartilage holding the sternum to the ribs breaks, gives way. So, and that actually makes CPR much easier.
Yeah, I had to thank you.
In this case,
This
you
is a
came in,
brand
he
new
wasn't
camera,
breathing,
and like
he was pulseless.
the battery.
His pupils were dilated.
Well, I was on long
Heart
for a while,
monitor
but
said there was no activity, correct? When you
I thought
looked
you was
at
talking
his
about what
back, you
FFS was
noticed
talking about.
both modeling,
Thanks.
which meant that the blood wasn't moving through his body.
Yes, and
I was
modeling was
busy
on the
over
front
here
as well.
putting this stuff over here to
So
make sure.
as that blood pools, so it leaves the tissue, that's gonna hasten the modeling part of it.
So you noticed that when the shirt was then cut, and
Yes.
he was exposed,
Yes.
as well as when he was rolled.
Yes,
And then you also noticed on the back the lividity of the blood pooling there.
yes.
When you
Well, she just repeating what
I
he's
guess,
like.
obtained all of that information, did you end life-saving measures?
Yes.
Who decides to end life-saving measures?
I do.
Yeah, FFS. Somebody
As
put
well as the
her
rest of
on
the crew.
game.
So Scott Cowden is also a paramedic, and he concurred. So then we call that in, and we cease life-saving function, or attempts rather.
When you cease life-saving measures at a scene where someone's been shot and is now deceased at the scene, do you leave sort of any attached medical devices with him?
Ooh, I have a question.
Well, as little as possible. So what would have been left on him would have been defibrillator pads, probably EKG electrodes, and probably a CPR puck.
Now, when you arrived on scene or when you were exiting, did you ever notice any male outside that might have been with some police officers?
Oh, a person?
Yeah.
Yes. One person, one male.
And did you notice him when you arrived or when you left?
Well, when I arrived, my job in particular is to kind of get a larger overview of the scene. So I did notice a person talking with PD.
And when you observed this person, did you notice anything that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No,
So no obvious injuries to you?
no,
If you had been asked to treat him, would you have?
of course,
Did you see that same person outside when you left?
yes.
And when you left, did you observe anything about him again that he appeared to be injured in any way?
No.
Did you ever see a female and a female teenager at the scene?
Yes.
Where did you see them?
They were across the street from the house we were at.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I see the adult, yes.
Can you point her out and let us know what she's wearing?
Why? What?
Dark blazer at the defendant's table. Dark clothes, I'm not sure.
Okay. State will ask the record to reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Mitchell?
Okay, I thought that was her asking these
Talking or
questions.
saying anything?
She was, I did overhear.
I thought Lori was
her
at the
talking,
stand. That is the prosecutor.
with the police officers, or someone said something about not getting invited to a pool party because of the commotion at the house or something, so.
Did you have any formal interaction with her?
No.
Wait a
When
minute.
you
Is she sitting at the table?
sort of completed and
That's
left
Talib?
the scene,
No longer here. I'm confused.
looking back and assessing it based upon your training, your experience, what you observed, and what was done to Mr. Vallow at the scene, would you agree that Charles Vallow was dead before you entered the house?
Yes.
Based upon your training, your experience, what
no
you
drink to
observed and
that.
what was done to Mr. Vallow, would you agree that it was highly unlikely that anyone had performed CPR on Charles Vallow prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Cross.
So that was the prosecutor? She sound like Lori Vallow. And, yeah, I forgot they referred to her as a teenager. Lori Vallow. They said two teenagers pulled through. Lori, you're back in big back, big back, big back, big back. Might need. Sorry, y'all.
Captain Keller,
Yes.
you were first on the scene?
She getting a hump. She got a
Police department
hump.
was
She's
first,
getting a
but
hump.
yes, we were the first
Lord,
fire team.
forgive me.
First fire on the scene. And can you explain to us what staging is exactly? I'm not really sure.
Sure. Staging.
That's why you should be an attorney.
When there's some violent incident, the fire
So
department,
that was the
firefighters
prosecutor,
don't have,
though, Royal.
protective equipment for that sort of a scene. So we will go to
So this is Lori.
a place where close to whatever the dispatched address is, that we would be a place of safety, but close, so that as soon as the scene is made safe by the police department, then we would enter into the scene.
Why does
So that'd
seem
be
like
a
this
couple houses
is
away, or
yeah,
Could
but
be
it
a
is
couple
from
houses, could be
yesterday.
behind cover. In this case, it was gunshot was the call.
We're 3 minutes behind.
So
I want to
you
catch
wanna
up. Hold on.
Make sure that you are a little ways away,
okay?
in case there was more gunshots.
Right. So you parked somewhere on the street, but a couple houses down from the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then part of that staging is you stay there until you get the all clear.
Yes, until the police department says that it's safe to enter the scene.
Okay. And you were wearing body cam that day?
No, we don't wear body
Oh,
cams.
you don't wear body cam. Okay. You were just on that was a picture from you on the body cam.
On the
On someone
police
else's
officers,
body
yes.
cam. Okay. Okay. Do you use any instruments to obtain current body temperature? Do you guys have an instrument for that?
No.
No? Would that help you give a more approximate time of calling a time of death?
No, what time did
It
you
wouldn't
take
help me. I'm not trained
what
to do
time
that,
did you
so
take
we
Jada
don't-
to
we
school?
don't
That'll
have that.
clear it
It's
all
not
up.
within our
How
scope
about
of
that?
practice to determine that.
It's not part of paramedics training?
No.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good question though. But
You explained the modeling being patchy looking skin?
Yes.
Because of no oxygen to the skin. Is that correct?
Decreased, yes.
And so will that continue to increase? I don't really understand. Would you say modeling is complete or in progress? How does that work?
I would say in progress. As less and less tissue had oxygenation, I would say it continues to model.
So would you say it was in early progress or late progress? How would you estimate that?
yeah, because
I
we
could not
stopped. So
Say early or late.
but yeah, it
just
was
modeling.
confusing. She should have
The
been more
modeling was
clear,
present,
the
yes,
prosecutor,
at that
but
point.
okay.
So how long would it take for modeling to become present? That's kind of my question.
I don't know how long.
So it could be like
different for different people,
People.
I suppose.
So it could be a minute? 5 minutes?
Hold on. Rephrase the question. I'll allow it, but make sure you let him answer before you ask your next question.
Exactly.
So it could be just a few minutes, possibly?
Possibly. I don't know.
Okay. And then lividity, you explained as a pooling of blood. The blood leaves the tissues and goes to the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw that as well?
Yes.
And in your estimation, Would that have happened soon? You know, well, that's not a good question. In your estimation, that had begun,
It's not
Yes.
a good question.
and was it advancing how far?
He had lividity on the back of his torso,
So does
that
lividity-
back of
means-
his arms.
Does lividity start immediately after the heart stops? Is that what you were saying?
That's not what he said.
I suppose it does.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
If
you
you were on any
could
kind of
look at it
medication,
that
would
way.
that affect that as well?
I couldn't say.
And what time of death did you document? You were making the document, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what time of death did you document?
Uh,
I did not put time of death, but I put a time of treatment being ceased, and I don't recall what that time was. It's on that report.
that you're reading from.
And you had stated that you were listening to dispatch on the radio, is that correct?
Yes.
So were you listening to the actual 911 operator speaking?
No, whoever is calling, if you call on the phone to a 911 operator, they would give that information to a dispatcher who would then dispatch a call with the pertinent information.
Okay, so you were getting kind of updates as it went along?
No, you get the initial call, and then if it were pertinent for us, like the scene is secure, PD says the scene is secure, go in, then we would get that. PD would call dispatch, and dispatch would then call us.
Okay, so were you aware at all that they had asked him to come outside?
No,
Okay. You just saw that he was outside, but you didn't know that the 911 operator had told him to come outside, is that correct?
I did not know who he was or how he was involved in that.
Okay.
You're right.
That's her brother. He ain't do shit.
So on those dispatch updates, it wasn't
he
saying,
already
like,
knew. Before
shooter
you
is
left, it was
in-house or
done.
shooter is outside or anything like that? Okay, that wouldn't be,
Not to us.
That's what I'm
That
saying.
might be to the police department, but that's not something we would hear.
okay. In this case, Captain Keller, do you know for a fact that CPR had not been given?
I do not know for a fact.
And do you know for a fact that CPR had been given
I know for a fact that we gave CPR.
prior to your coming in?
No.
No further questions?
All right, redirect.
We got
Which do you see first, modeling or lividity? When the heart stops and the blood is no longer pumping.
Modeling.
Okay.
I would expect to see modeling first.
And you told us, I think on direct, that lividity is something that you see much later.
Yes. I would expect that, yes.
Have you treated patients before within a few minutes of their heart stopping?
Yes.
Do you see lividity in those people?
No.
Do you see modeling in those people?
No. You see skin conditions change in those people, gray or cooling, moist, moisture, but not modeling or lividity.
So you're not here to tell us how long it takes for those to form, right?
I don't know.
All you can tell us is that it's something that you see in patients who are deceased
Yes.
and have been deceased long enough, whatever time period that is, for that to happen.
Right. Is an indication of the patient no longer being a viable patient.
And that was one of the things that you noted and used
Chloe,
in
is
determining to.
you having
take
an
any
issue
life-saving
hearing?
measures.
Yes.
Now, is the only way to know if CPR has been given to be there with the person watching them?
No.
What else can tell you that CPR was given to a patient?
Well, PD on scene arriving would witness. The best way would be witness CPR.
That's the best way. Is there any other ways?
Well, yes. Again, you would have an indentation in the chest. The sternum would likely have been cracked loose from the rib cage, and there would be, in the case of trauma, increased bleeding. You do CPR or CCR.
Basically, Alex ain't do no daggone
when
CPR.
There's not,
Period.
cardiac.
In this case, were other indicators the blood that was pooling
Yeah, I don't
only at
hear
the
them
neck and
in
not
this
spread
ear.
out further?
Yes.
The lack of
Let
pooling
me turn this
underneath
off.
the victim?
So
Yes,
it
and the mechanical action of
down.
compressions with a gunshot wound right there would have spread blood in that area as well. It
Yeah,
wouldn't
they
just
only
have
got-
gone where gravity is.
So where you saw you saw the blood pooling was where gravity, a low spot.
That was my interpretation of it. Yes.
And you did not observe spread blood across his chest.
No.
Y'all are
Would
crazy.
ongoing CPR movement of the
okay.
blood through the body have also limited the modeling you may have seen?
Perhaps.
Ultimately, is it your opinion that it is unlikely that CPR was given to this patient prior to fire arriving?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any juror questions? I see at least one coming down. Please pass those down. Put on the white noise first.
Okay, so he put on the white mic just now. Yeah, it only appears to be playing out of one side. No, let me update. I forgot. All right. So we like let me see how many minutes we are behind. I would like to know we're caught up. Like, so yeah, it is there. Now it's them. Shout out to the people watching over on Twitter. If you stop by here on YouTube, please hit the like button, because the people are clicking in and maybe they think that they can't hear, but the judge has the white noise. It's on mute. Oh, really? So you think this is one of those cases, Chloe? Oh, that's your theory. So the other case that we went on, that we, and it's on my page that I was telling y'all about, or telling the people that was here this morning, was, I call it the Justice for Jay Lee case. I don't think that his unaliver deserves recognition, because people put too much into religion. God is in your heart. God is not a building, and people don't understand that. And so they start doing crazy things because of their beliefs. At the end, I don't have to stand before anybody and tell them anything. And so people just throw their beliefs on anybody. If the person is a part of the LGBTQ community, and that's something, because it doesn't say in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not be a LGBTQ, and thou shalt not be gay. It doesn't say that. But if that's your belief, then the people have to stand. But why is the whole church, the whole building? Some people just come on holidays to get dressed up. Easter, we getting Christmas, we getting Thanksgiving. Why are you like that? And then you raise these kids that are like that, and they like the same boy on boy, girl on girl. And now we have a situation where this young man, unalive, another man, because of he was on the DL, and some other things was exposed. So when we started watching it, I could not just watch. I was going to just do the important parts, but we couldn't. Every piece of it was like so exciting. I'm like, how the heck did we miss this trial? They still got the white noise on, y'all, and we are caught up. So just to give y'all an update on that. But I'm like, how the heck did we miss this? So he's going back on trial, and I'll get his name in a minute. He doesn't matter to me. I don't like his cocky attitude either. And his attorney is a House congressman at the White House. If y'all want to research, y'all go and research to see which party is about. I don't really do politics over here. But it's understandable. Oh, you brag because they didn't have nobody in the first trial. They didn't have this. They didn't have that. Now we got remains. They got him on video jogging from the area where you dumped the young man's car. And another thing, you were so busy trying to keep them from saying that they had an argument. So after they put the people out, my soundboard ain't even hooked up. So I'm gonna do yeah. Oh shit. It can you done outed your client. You outed him, said that he was on all these apps for DL men, and this is the big one right here, y'all. It came out that they Jay Lee blocked him. They went over there, whatever happened. Jay Lee blocked him on social media, went back home. He's texting him. So Jay Lee is texting his friend at the same time, y'all. And guess what? Jay Lee said, I'm going back over there because we just had an argument. That's what his attorney didn't want him to say. He said, I'm going over there because he going to give me some. I was getting some. He going to give me some.
Access to administer medications to aid the heart and functioning, i.e. ephedrine? If no, why not?
Yeah,
it's not indicated for trauma.
It was serious.
It doesn't, if there's no blood to pump or the heart has stopped pumping, increasing how fast the heart pumps with ephedrine would do nothing. So in trauma, it is not indicated.
Ooh.
Was ACLS protocol followed?
Yes.
Was there a physician patched in?
No, there's no patch required for cessation of treatment. It is part of our part of our ability,
you was given, not get
part of our training to determine non-viability.
Are fire department personnel allowed to call a patient's death?
Yes. However, time of death is a different thing if that's what you're asking. In other words, we are allowed to stop attempting to do life-saving treatment if it's merely a recovery. So does that answer?
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have if the defense, first of all, let me check. Are there any other juror questions for this witness? I don't see any. The defense can follow.
So they don't have to say time of death. They can just say that they are allowed to stop procedures when they don't see any life-saving, nothing, any quality of life.
Sir, when would you use ephedrine?
Use a veteran, they put up here.
Well, if you had just asystole, but it was a cardiac-based
Hold on, y'all. My mom was sending me a text message. What's
code.
going on?
If the heart had stopped due to some disease state, electric shock, for instance,
What?
you would use epi. Are you saying epinephrine
Yeah,
is what
yeah.
you're saying, right?
Hold on, y'all. Let me call my mother because I don't understand what she's trying to say.
When you're looking at whether or not to push drugs to try to get the heart to restart, you're looking at the type of trauma that caused the heart to stop.
And how long it's been since the heart stopped.
So in a place where you said there is trauma, meaning like a gunshot wound?
Like a hole in the vessel, yes.
So that is treated differently than if someone has a heart attack and
Yes. Yes.
you were asked about.
These are all algorithms, protocols that are given for us to operate on scenes under medical control to whoever asked about the patch.
What is then the ACLS protocol?
Advanced cardiac life support. And it's just, again, it's a flow chart. Are there obvious signs of death? Yes. Stop CPR.
So here, you followed that protocol and stopped CPR.
Yes, ma'am. CCR technically, but yes.
You were asked about contacting a physician, a patch or something for a cessation of treatment.
Right.
Are there times where you do patch in with a physician?
Sure. You would patch en route, not for a code. You would patch en route and give a doctor, or actually it would be a nurse answering the phone, but you would let them know what you have and what treatment you have given and what treatment you are going to give en route to their facility to continue care. We are primarily to stabilize and turn over the patient, making it more viable for a rescue.
So when you terminate treatment because a patient is not viable, you cannot revive them, you don't need to talk to a doctor about that.
No, you need to call in that you did it. So there would have been a patch after that, but you don't have to call in to cease treatment.
So you don't need a blessing by a doctor to stop life-saving treatment.
Well, no, we have the blessing through our certifications, and we are operating under a doctor's license anytime we are operating.
So snap back,
that
clap
doctor,
back,
or those
sir.
group of doctors usually understands our training level and agrees to trains us to make that decision. Yes.
And so ultimately, as a paramedic, you have the authority to use that protocol to determine when you are no longer able to revive or save the life of a patient.
Cease life-saving functions. Yes.
And that's what you did here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Yeah,
All right,
get your
you can step down. We're going to take our lunch recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We will resume at 1:30 p.m.
So, they're going to lunch. I'm going to go back a little bit to where we had the mishap. This is going to be perfect and put it on 1.5. But yeah, so the reason it was confusing in Royal, we're going to watch that now. The reason why it was a little, she said, wrong. Chloe got a chat out. So the reason why it was confusing was because we had those issues, right? And when they came back on, they didn't show who was questioning. That was the prosecutor. I was wondering, like, if that's Lori, she's asking some really, really weird questions. But that was the prosecution just asking based on, to me, what Lori asked yesterday. Cameras, hold on a minute. I want to zoom out, you zooming in. So he said when they don't see any more quality of life, so first off, they lied and said that Alex was doing CPR. But at some point, they told him to leave out of the house, is what she's saying. And that's why when they arrived, he was sitting on the curb, right? This incident happened before Lori Daybell, because she wants to be called Lori Vallow. That's Charles' name. I don't think you get to use his name anymore because you went ahead and got married to Chad Daybell. So let's keep it consistent. So I believe that when she was there when this happened, she's claiming that Chad came from a business trip. They were going through a separation. She told him he couldn't stay at the house because of what was going on. Him and Ty Lee, that's the daughter that was unalive, supposedly wasn't getting along, right? So she didn't want him to come stay at the house based on what was going on with him and Ty Lee. Now, little JJ is Charles Daybell's biological nephew. They adopted him, so he was autistic. So she's claiming that he had JJ in the car when he came, JJ 7, But she set him up to come there. Now she's going to say, oh yeah, when he came, he left 7-year-old JJ in a running car. She said, well, he left JJ in a running car. He's 7, by the way. Nothing that you can say, ma'am. There is nothing that you can say that's going to justify any of your horrible actions, because her ex-husband had already, prior to all of this, started saying how weird she was acting, the weird things she believed in. She saw spaceships in, naked people riding on a bike flying through the air. That's just something that I just said, the second one. But she said spaceships, UFOs, and all that. Oh my. She saw all that stuff, and that she was this, and they gave Charles a different name. It means evil or whatever in the Bible. Then she changed him to something else and told her brother. It is just a mess. So she's claiming that when Charles came over and left the nephew in the car, he came in the house asking her for his cell phone. Did they make it clear how she got the cell phone? I don't know if she snatched it from him and he told her to give it back. Give me my cell phone. That's where the argument supposedly started. But that was all freaking staged, allegedly. She already found guilty for life sentences anyway. So her brother Alex was supposedly sleeping. He got up. She made sure to say he had on jeans. He came out to see what was going on. They was arguing back and forth. So her daughter Tylee went and supposedly got this bat. There was a struggle for the bat. Charles hits Alex in the head with the bat. They're claiming they called 911. They have the call, and when they call, see, this is the witness that should not answer this question. She should have. They can play the call for us, but they normally subpoena the 911 person to come into court and testify to the legitimacy of the call. Is the call what they say it is or whatever? Even though they testified in a different trial about it, the prosecution has to prove their case. But in this case, you want to be the attorney. So I don't know if the prosecution is going to subpoena them or not. So what they're saying is they told him to come outside. What they're trying to say that they always tell you how to do CPR. If you call somebody 911, they're not breathing. Do you know how to do CPR? No. Okay. So put the phone down, put it on speaker. I'm going to tell you. Johnny, are you okay? Go get help. I'm just re-practicing from my CPR training. All that type of good stuff. If you're a law enforcement officer or you work in law enforcement, you was something like Johnny. That's what they use. Are you okay? Go get help. And you find while somebody blowing. If you got two person CPR, one person woo to the head, woo to the head. Would cause, if he had a wound right here, his blood to squirt out. None of that they're saying they didn't see any of that. He had modeling, which comes before lividity, and there was lividity because he was on his back just laying there. Also, it was on the back of his arms because his arms was down, and the blood flows down on the back. He didn't try no CPR. The question is, at what point did they tell him to leave? Did they start telling him how to do the CPR? And then he told him, the whole thing is, Lori Vallow was there when he supposedly got hit in the head. She said they was arguing. She went in the next room. She heard the gun pow-pows. She left to take little JJ to school after that. So the time it took, I don't know how long it took for her right now off the top of my head to get from her house to drop JJ off. to come back, and now there's cops and everybody there with her daughter, Tylee. And to this guy say, "Oh, I shot him myself." You knew that he pow-powed him before you even left to take the little boy to school. Stop playing. So what they're saying is the sternum, if they were doing CPR that hard, this stuff would have been detached because he was a pretty big guy. They can tell that. Alex didn't have no blood on him. He had sunglasses on his head. You didn't see nothing. So if he hit you and she tried to make it known in her opening that Charles was a baseball player. He played in high school, college, and something else after that. I forgot what she said. He would be able to swing and hit him pretty hard, right? But she got the hand mixed up, just like, why I sound the left side, the front, the back, tail on the right. Just like ASAP Relly. So I'm a righty, I would have grabbed him with the left, or I was a lefty, I would have grabbed, then I saw the video, so now I'm just confusing. So now she's saying he caught with one hand and swung with the other. I played center, softball, I was the center. Of course, like I'm right-handed, but we put the glove on the left. Put the glove on the left. This is my dominant hand. So if I put this up and I can, this is a crazy move, but I can use my other hand to catch, right? So yeah, she got that whole lefty-righty thing, whatever going on. So the bottom line is their question is the prosecution and the EMTs and everybody, he didn't do no CPR. All of this stuff that you are claiming, he had a bruise on, and so they made him they made him get treatment, because you're saying that you hurt like this, so then based on what we're seeing, you need to see somebody. And then he goes down to the police station, never holding his head, never like, ow, my head. So I guess this paramedic is saying that based on their training, it could be just where they're from. This is Idaho. That based on their training, if they don't see any quality of life, he's a paramedic. Any quality of life, they can say they stopped training because there is no quality of life. I know that as a law enforcement officer, you're supposed to do CPR to exhaustion. Well, in the state I'm from, to exhaustion, or to somebody else comes to relieve you. But I guess I don't think that they would do CPR until the medical examiner or somebody comes, because now that's where there is. So he's saying that they only gave him the time that they stopped treatment, but they can't pronounce him dead. They just saw that there were no signs of life, and there was no reason for them to go on, doing the chest compressions or CPR, because there's no sign of life. Maybe that's in the state of Idaho. So that's what he's saying. Lori Daybell, he didn't attempt to do no CPR, and the fact that you were there and left, took that little boy to school and came back, all those minutes count, because he pow-powed him more than once. All those minutes count. And then they found the text messages. Then the dummy sent text message afterwards, mad to Chad Daybell, talking about, he done removed me from the insurance policy as the beneficiary. Oops. Oops. But I still get this much into Social Security a month. And I would still get from, being his wife, I still get, she had the signs down to $1. What she was going to be receiving monthly. She's an evil. She's evil. So I'm wondering, if that's their laws, then that's the difference from where. Yeah. So I know where I'm from. You do CPR until exhaustion, or the paramedics normally put them in depending. My niece's son's father passed, and of course we didn't go in the house, but when they rolled him out in a body bag. But we were there for hours outside because they were, preserving the scene. Of course, they were questioning my niece about what happened. And I don't know, but I just know, I don't know. I know in the jail setting as a previous law enforcement officer, we would have to be, the training was. We would do CPR until exhaustion or till somebody come and relieve us. You find inmate unconscious. Johnny, are you okay? Go get help. You do the CPR. No, you do. No, you do it. It's like, no. So we had the 911 knives and the one-way breathing things. I never gave CPR, but I had a sergeant that he gave straight up CPR to somebody who had Lyme disease. She passed on anyway. She had just came in. She was just booked in about 10, 15 minutes. He was a nose picker and he would scratch his foot all the time. Ooh, you got a pen, Sarge? Sign the book. Sign the book and go. Everything is cool. Try not to touch the book when you sign it. All the time. It was like, ooh, that's too much. Anyway, let's go back and see if we can catch up real fast on the stuff that was. But I don't know why I'm seeing this on why do it look like this was part of yesterday? Everything running together, I guess. But let's go back because this is where I know Lori was supposed to start the day with her cross-examination. And maybe she did. So he was on the stand, right? Yesterday. She had him on the stand for a long time. Wait, no, maybe not. Hold on. Wait, yeah, is he the first? No, it was a cop on the stand. Hold on. All right, so yeah, I think we start. Wait a minute, y'all. So maybe because all their testimony is the same? Right. All right. So yeah. So remember in the beginning, I told y'all the fireman was on the stand when we left yesterday. So that's where it started with Lori Daybell. We're going to go and review that since we were having such issues. What's up for always? What's going on, girl? Before a paramedic can stop CPR, Royal says. Someone calls their supervisor, explains all that has been done, all the while CPR is still being done. I think that he's the chief. I think that is the difference. That was the chief that was on the stand. So he was not even conducting the CPR. he was just doing the surveillance and copying down. So I think that's where we'll hear it. We're going to listen to it on 1.5 Royal, and we're going to get to us. I believe that he was the chief. He heard the 911 call, but he's a paramedic. He was a chief paramedic, which is something that's like a step down from really the. So I think, okay, we put it all together, but this is. So they're saying there was no audio while juror 16 had a question. So that's where it starts from yesterday, right? We pick right back up, and Lori Vallow is going to start her cross-examination. So let's do it from there. We're going to put it on 1.5, and let's see, because I believe that is, he was the chief. Let me put this back on here. Now we know let me tell y'all in advance, the volume we can hear out of 1, so I'm gonna just turn the music all the way down since I'm gonna start this, because you can hear it out of 1, but it's not coming out of both. So they're saying that's the courtroom. Chloe, I concur with what you're saying, but the issue is, like, they don't like the way the world is into true crime now, and the fact that they have to basically show us, because people can file for Rule 22s and, go in a courtroom and record to stream so that more people get access to the streaming platforms and not just, Law and Crime, Court TV, or whatever local stations that they are. So if, some content creators want to go in, as long as they put the correct paperwork in, then they're able to do so. And I don't think the videos get so many views out here. In some states, I do believe that also. Like, because everybody, if y'all tell me this one more time, everybody, like, we're virtual jurors. So COVID did change that for us. Newsflash, and I keep telling y'all, we are in a pandemic right now. They're just not saying anything. Don't ask me how I know, but I do. So when they decide to tell us about this pandemic that we're in, you can't go to no hospital. Like, when I go to my mother to see my mother, a mask is mandatory. The nurses never take their masks off. Never. From the hospital to the rehab, and she's been there a month today, like, between the both. She's still there. From the hospital to where she is now, everybody wears a mask. They have masks everywhere. Like, you need to take one when you're signing in to see them. You need to take a mask, put it on. Now, of course, when you go in a room, if you feel comfortable taking it off, like, the patients are not in their rooms with masks on, but the visitors are supposed to be. But every nurse that enters that room, child, and this is a whole, I don't know why my mind went here, y'all, but if y'all know by now, I'm a fool. Child, I was in the hospital, like, looking at this nurse. I said, I hope this ain't one of my mother's nurses when they first put her on the floor. This nurse had a blonde wig on, and the BBL was out of control. I said, these BBL, I was sitting there singing, these BBLs is killing y'all. Listen, I'm not the one to judge, but keep Dashaniqua away from my mother. She going home, great. And the next day, here she come, but she wasn't my mother's nurse. You're supposed to be with the phone. Girl, yeah, because they don't know what I'm with. I'll F around and find out, police. I'm not playing. Don't play with my mama. Like, where's she going today? Which patient she got? She ain't coming in here, is she? It's going to be a whole problem. Couple of them nurses was up there with them BBLs, child. Y'all look a hot mess in these scrubs. The legs ain't matching. These BBLs is killing you. That's what I was in there singing. My mother was like, well, what is you singing? Don't worry about it. But my uncle, he had a field day with it. I said, listen, these nurses got BBLs. One had on the blonde wig when we came up last night. He said, get the hell out. No, I am not going to go. No, daggone way. I'm telling you what is going on. I got my ear and eyes to the freaking hallway. Because it's going to be a problem. He said, do I got to drive back up? Nah, you good. But she looked like she was Diamond from the Players Club. My sister was like, she looked like, well, I said, child, that's exactly what it was given. Diamond from the Players Club, the blonde wig. But Diamond ain't had no BBL back then. I don't think Diamond had no BBL. But she was Diamond with the BBL. Girl, you giving our script my way through nursing school. Are you a RN or you a CNA? Oh, she on her way to get to RN, so she's still scripting, y'all. That's it. That's the end of discussion. There you go. I just had to remember that. She was a CNA. She's going to school to be an RN. Bravo for getting that C and the A. But baby, if I would have finished going to school for nursing school, I was going for the whole R in the end, and I was going to push paper. Come on, somebody. Come on, church. All right, so I'm a mess. Where's Stolly at? Child, Chloe. Lori doorbell. Ding dong. A pandemic of stupidity. No, Chloe, just wait a minute now. My uncle is retired. All I'm going to say is they called and begged him. Because during the last pandemic, they defunded the World Health Organization. They defunded them. So they had nothing to do with that vaccine, like nothing to do with it, but they were still working behind the scenes with each other because they thought it was interesting. I keep telling y'all, in November of 1999, listen to the month, November of 1999, I worked for a pharmaceutical company, global pharmaceutical company. Everybody that was out of the country, they pulled everybody back in the country. They didn't know what was going on, but they knew something was going on the ground in China. Now, we used to look at them all the time like, why do they wear these masks all the time, right? Y'all think about it, right? I'm talking about, and I have a girlfriend that moved too. She's been living in China now going on 2 years. They love her. And I'm still cool with a vendor I had from there as well that now lives here. He moved here. She moved there. November 1999, phones and we were, just so happened to be a day I was in office, phones start going off. What is that? They canceling everybody flights out, and everybody that's out, they call them back. November of 1999. January, we were all working remote. The company was shut down except for the lab workers. They couldn't do the lab work from home. They would come in. They had to wear whatever. Whether it's a setup or not, it happened. Whether it was placed here or not, it happened. We lost all these people. I think that COVID is to me, and I think that's the way they explain it, right? We so used to having the flu, and the flu will put you on your back. I think that it's a stronger strain of like the flu that we know normally. I don't take no flu shot. I don't care what y'all saying. I don't take flu shots. I'm a breast cancer survivor. I had to take chemo. Good thing they gave me the good stuff that they give the people that can pay. Because the insurance give out junk medicine first. So imagine having a treatment where it costs $3,000 to $4,000, maybe $4,500 a treatment, to having a treatment that's upwards of anywhere from $8,000 to maybe $10,000, $12,000 a treatment. And the insurance wouldn't approve that until I had to fail a treatment first. Or something that this treatment could have cost. I had to test for something that the treatment could have cost. So at the time, they got a false reading of an EKG. It was faulty. But thank God for the faulty EKG. Said my heart was functioning like an 85-year-old on the left side, just the side where I had the tumor. So they couldn't give me the one round of junk treatment that they gave me. I call it the Red Devil. So y'all can't give me this medication because it causes heart issues. Let that sink in. So how they find this is, right, they do a study of how many people have taken this medication. They give you EKGs and stuff, maybe around the first treatment, or like it depending on my cancer was aggressive. So listen, that's what we was doing. So how many people that took this drug now have heart issues? Let's let it all sink in. Then they gave me another treatment that a lot of people are allergic to. I had no clue. That what it was wrapped in is whatever tree bark is made out of. If you got allergies, I could have told you already got seasonal allergies to the outside, the pollen, trees when they start blooming. So, I mean, I understand you saying the tree bark, but if I got, a lot of times if it ain't nothing on the trees and I go out there and sit next to a tree, I start sneezing. So, of course, I reacted to this medication. Now, okay, now we could give you the good stuff that the rich people probably pay for. And they don't even have to go through that other stuff. The infusion time was so much slower. There was hardly any side effects from that medication. But because I had to have another chemo treatment on top of it, so I had two. But still, it was just like, I lost all my hair. Maybe I need to take a laxative or something. Excuse me, that's TMI. Something like that. It wasn't, I was nauseous. Caused bone aches. Yeah. I never knew what it meant to say, oh, my bones hurt. I do now. But that is from a shot that they give you so that your body can produce enough white cells to be ready for the next treatment. I'm giving y'all a free lesson here. God dang on it. And so they give you this Neulasta shot. It's called Neulasta. So when your body makes certain amount of white blood cells to fight germs and disease, chemo kills that. So they give you the Neulasta and it speeds up your bone marrow. It produces like so many white blood cells like quickly. Your bone marrow can handle that because it normally doesn't produce white blood cells that way. So it causes your freaking bones to hurt. So I would do that. The quack, who I always leave her nameless. I hope she's not still practicing, but I started telling them, I don't want to see this quack. Just let me see her physician assistant. I don't want to see her. She don't have no bedside manner. So after I had treatment, I had lymphedema in my left arm. My arm and my fingers would swell up like so big, right? I told this wench. She was like, oh, well, cancer's going, so what do you want me to do? Where's my soundboard when I need it? What? Bitch! What do I want? You the doctor. You are the doctor. Because I had to have my lymph nodes removed is why I'm having this. But you're supposed to educate me. What the heck you mean? Y'all, I told y'all I don't want to talk to this lady no more. I don't want to talk to this lady no more. Y'all all know that she's crazy because everybody in here talking about it. I don't want to talk to her no more. Please tell Maureen to give me a call. Because I'm in pain. This is not you. This is unusual. Not driving all the way. Like, tell her to call me. Maureen calls and she's like, she said, what? Okay, I'm going to be professional. This is what I'm going to do. I need to write a prescription. You need to go to the medical pharmacy, the medical supply pharmacy. For people that don't know, they do have a separate pharmacy. They have a pharmacy, and then they have the pharmacies that specialize in medical supplies. You need a sleeve. You need to have your arm up this way so that the fluid drains down this way. And you need to, whenever you're not doing anything, you need to stay like that. You need to wear the sleeve unless you're in the shower. And I wore that sleeve faithfully. I'm going to get in the shower. I'll take it off. I'll put it right back on. Listen, you're going to get dry first. I'm putting it back on. It was crazy to me. But look, the good thing is, like, I don't experience that. Some people never stop experiencing it, but it's painful. You know, every now and then I have aches. I don't complain about that. It's nothing compared to seeing like your whole arm swell up like this and your fingers included. So I don't complain about stuff like that. But getting back to what I said, we were January, everybody from this pharmaceutical company, we were working remotely already. March of 2020 is when the rest of the world caught on and shut down because this guy already knew this was happening. He just didn't tell nobody. We could have took precaution when it first happened and stopped it like they've done so many other things that entered into this country from other countries, but he didn't say anything. November 1999, March of 2020, because it was fake news. And I lost a lot of people. You know, my father had COVID. He beat it and passed away shortly after. He had it twice. He beat it and passed away shortly after that. So there's something going on right now. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know what it is. My uncle didn't say what it is. He told them, I'm retired. And they're like, well, listen, everything, it's a lot of things that everything that was put in place to help the American people is being dismantled, please. So he is a consultant. He is very drained. He had told them he doesn't want to meet with anybody that's not going to help the people. And that he don't want to talk to nobody with these conspiracy theories or not, because he's retired. So I'm charging y'all a consulting fee. I got a lot of other stuff going on. I quit for a reason. Well, he resigned for a reason. First of all, he was supposed to have resigned a long time ago. So when my uncle he went back home, he was on when things were going with my mother, she had to have a little surgery. I called my uncle, put him on speaker. All the doctors over here impressed. Asked him, do he want to come work here? Nah, he's retired. He ain't coming here. But there's something going on. I guess we'll find out about it when we find out about it. Is it fair to the American people? No, it's not. And so they had been calling him. He wasn't answering the phone. When my mother went to the hospital, they had been calling him, sending him email. He would not answer. He decided to call back. And my uncle is on. You see FFS picture? I asked my uncle, I said, what the heck is you doing? When I tell you he be over there chewing him up. He told me last week, I'm in the Facebook jail. I said, what you do now? I'm in Facebook jail because they want us to believe all these things and it's not true. So you think my uncle is a whole hot mess in his picture. I can't tell you what his profile picture is, but look at the FFS. The profile picture is not exactly like that, but look at FFS. I said, what are you doing? He be over there tearing them up. While the world $1 slip. Like, I mean, it is so unfair to seniors. People have lost all their businesses. People crying online. I did this, I did that. Like, yes, it's happening. People are losing everything. You work for the American dream to buy a home and all this other stuff, the quote unquote American dream. And to see it slip through your fingers and you are got these people. I'm just repeating what the people said. I voted for him. Listen, I don't know. They just had a worldwide protest. I don't know if y'all saw it or not. I don't watch the news. I told my sister, I'm sorry, I don't watch the news. It is depressing. I got enough depressing stuff going on. I don't watch. I don't. I got you to tell me about the crazy stuff that's, going on, and I only listen to so much because it is draining and it is depressing. I'm a true crime junkie. This is draining in itself. You think I want to hear what the heck they jacking up out here? If you're going to do it, do it. But no, I'm not running to that. I don't like, I'm not keeping my channel on my TV. I don't watch TV. I haven't watched TV, Bobby. I want to say the TV was on one night, maybe a week ago or something like that when I got in. Like, this is the new TV. People don't realize, this is the new TV. Well, I think these brands and these ads is all over here. Where they was playing these corporations millions of dollars, now they pay people that have a social media following. I ain't there yet, y'all. Hit that like button and subscribe. I'm on the road to 4K. Where the goddamn on my eyes at? I'm still on the road to 4K. Okay. Now, holler at me. That's why I don't have my mic in the screen, because the people that the mic was made, but they ain't paying me. But I got some links in my description, because if you click on it and buy something, I get a commission at no extra charge to you. Amazon, shameless Amazon plug. But yeah, I don't, as far as anything, my thing is treat people like they're people. Treat people the way you want to be treated. Like, I don't see a color. I just don't. I know a lot of people say that and they don't mean it. I don't. So I was at my mother's room the other day, a little short Italian lady in the room with her. I'm going off for my mother. I'm going off for her too. Yesterday, I wasn't even paying attention. I was so focused on my mother. And I wasn't feeling too good. I was feeling a little yesterday. And her son is like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. My mother told me. Like, I said, yeah, it was the same situation. They're in the same room together. So I'm not going to go out there and say something to them for my mother and y'all not here. But the thing is, your sister did the same thing when I stepped away for a minute and I wasn't here. She went out there and went off on, on the lazy nurse that was there. But don't play with me, because I'm going to ask you something one time. You're not going to do it? Gotcha. Ring. Hello? Yeah, this is she. Yeah, this is Miss Nancy, the supervisor. So this is what, because I told y'all what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. Don't play with me. I don't come for that type of background. My uncle just happened to be sitting in the room. My mother, he's like, you handle it. But I'm in church. I'm here now. I'm here right now in the flesh. I'm going to call you back when the doctor gets you. Thank you. So be advocates for your family when they're in these facilities, because if you're not, and there's somebody that they don't see anybody coming around, they don't have nobody asking questions, they don't have what you're doing that for, what you're doing that. Wait a minute. My mother her leg wasn't twisted that way when I left. Oh, her hair on her head was moved. Yes, I'm just telling you, if you have a family member that is, in a hospital or something, make sure you are an advocate. If you can't be there all the time, make sure you pop in. Hey, what's going on? What's it up? Give me an update. Who? Doctor who? They specialize in what? And why are we going to do that? They be like, this bitch is like 50 Cent. She got more than 21 questions. Damn right I do, because if you don't, what's going on? Let me get a rundown. See, this is what happened. Every day the hospital administrator come to my mother's room. Everything okay? All right. Did she go down there today? Oh, okay. I'm an ordinary freaking citizen. I just know that you're not going to play with my mama. So when you do that, you don't have to really. This nurse came on and I said, she must not know who I am. You must not know. Do I need to play Beyonce's record for you? You must don't know about me, but you soon found out. I saw that trick the other night. She was back again. Hey! I was like, I'm so sorry, y'all. I can't do phony. I told my mother, I'm sorry. Okay. She was like, she was so pleasant. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, next time I see, I'm going to greet her respectfully. Okay. I did say hi, but I just kept on walking. Like CC Pence. Yeah, just take care of your family members. If your family members are, in a hospital, wherever, rehab, make sure your family members, like, they know that you there, you're watching. I'm gonna watch for the lady in the bed next door too. What y'all doing? I called this almost an hour ago. She's still on break. I know when I get ready to walk out these doors, because I do have a child that I need to get, not need to drop my child off to work, and I'll come right back. But I know somebody better walk up in here before I leave. I know that. Y'all sure to stiff? That's a y'all problem. Sorry to go on a tangent and on a rant, but I just, I haven't seen you on the wall, and god daggone it. This is what your girl been stressed at the child. My uncle is just on a happy Amazon shipping spree. That's what my mama was telling me. John said something came today. I couldn't understand what she wrote. But hold on a minute, y'all. Let me get off the stage. What I live. My uncle, I said, I found, oh my gosh. I found the shower chair that has it's a chair though, and it's electronic. It swings her around if she goes in the shower. You find this. Listen, you sending all this stuff, ain't nobody. I'm not calling nobody to help me put this stuff together. But it is not coming assembled, sir. Now that chair might be easy, but god damn it, I done broke my back putting this room together. Don't you order nothing else that she don't need. Is you using my code? Is you clicking the link before you hit it? He said, I know you just did. We in the group chat. He said, wait a minute. Did you just go off and then ask me if I hit your link? If you're going to buy, I need you to hit my link. And of course you got extra time. It's called recycling your funds. Y'all, I'm crazy. He said, I said, no, buy nothing. That's how I put it. Did you hit my link? Did you use it? He said, what? Did you just try to go off of it and ask me, did I click your link to buy? Yeah, did you? Let me go in there and check. I'm sorry, y'all. That's funny. It's hilarious. I did, Royal. I did. I said, don't you buy nothing else because I'm the one that did you click my link? Did you use my link? I said, you spent big money. Did you lose it? Did you use the link? Yes, I gotta laugh through these times. So my uncle is hilarious. I don't know. He should have been a comedian though, but he's just very intelligent for no reason at all. So I'm just like, but there's something going on. We will see in a minute. Yesterday, I talked to him and told him, like, ah, man, it's a man down situation. I'm going to bed. And he's like, it's a man down situation because I care about the people, but I'm about to tell them to take this and shove it. This is a mess. And he just really can't talk about it just yet. But he gonna be talking about it. He talks about it a little bit on his page, but he would never. He looked like he's straight from the corner. Straight pimping. I said, what the heck? Is that a hoodie on you? What the heck is going on? And then you meet him. My uncle is all of 7 foot through the roof. He wears size 18 shoe. He's like, how are you? How are you? Oh, I'm, yup. Okay, great. He might remind me of Columbo. Great. Okay. That's what they said. Oh, all right. Excuse me. Where can I order in? How about you just switch your address on DoorDash? Just have them deliver it to the front. I like to see what I'm doing. Okay, well then, just bring me some. God dang on it. That's just how he is, though. I love him. I love it. All of my mother's sisters and brothers are that tall. It skipped me. I have one cousin that's that tall. But it skipped us, this generation. Because my grandmama's a Cherokee Indian. And to see it in person, oh my gosh. She used to wear hair split down the middle with 2 braids on each side. I'm not gonna tell y'all. My great grandmother, she ain't work for nobody. She worked for herself. That's some history I'm keeping the family. All right, so I'm gonna keep that in the family. I'm gonna share a picture of my great grandfather. It looks like it's a daggone picture that somebody painted, but it's my great grandfather. I'm gonna share a picture of him one day because I said we'll put all these pictures on there. Y'all be like, is that you when you was little? No, that's my mama. That's not me. That's not me in that starch and that dress, white dress sticking out like this. Like, why y'all grandmother had y'all dressed like that? Suit, all the boys in suits, and my mother standing there on this white dress that's starch. She's like, she dressed us like that all the time. I see why you left when you was 19. I'm sorry, y'all. I cracked me up. All right. Let me make sure they're not back in the courtroom yet. But yeah, y'all know your history, man. These people will take it from you, but you don't have to be, you don't have to be prejudiced. Everybody's walk of life is different. For me, and everybody didn't have a pathway. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Let's not get that twisted. No, I was not. And where I grew up at, a lot of people don't want to grow up where I grew up at, but know who you are. Stop, looking at people for color. If y'all see how Kendrick Lamar brought the world together, they not liking us and all over. And this guy is what is he? I don't know which flag he got. Hold on, y'all. I don't want to give nobody the wrong flag because he had all the flags on the stage together at one point. But you got the people that still live in the mountains, the Indians out here making their videos with the feathers sticking. He brought the world together in such a way. And to see it replay, it's crazy to see what else we're going through. I'm just saying, but we could do a lot together. Like the divisiveness, I don't really like it. So I kind of like things happen to kind of steer you back into who you are, at times. So you don't have time to do certain things or whatever. So I'm really laser focused. I'm working on something else in the meantime, in my time in between, like being at at the hospital or the rehab with my mother. I'm working on something, and I know it's going to be great for anybody that wants to come aboard. I got to do the work first. So I got one more course to take before I can start, but it is just to bring everything together. So I'll share that at another time. I gotta give it like maybe like a month or two to see what happens with it. If you catch it, you catch it. But I gotta, yeah. And I just think that we could do so much together. Like, I don't think that any one man or woman should own the majority of anything. That's not healthy for our country. It's not. And it's not it's not healthy for us to just decide and back other people based on color. But just because you in the White House, that don't mean I'm backing you either. I ain't tell y'all who I'm for because I don't feel like having that daggone argument. It's bad. Me and my son, we don't argue, but I'll be looking at him like, who raised you? Who's Charlie? You called me talking this nonsense. Were you abducted at one point and I didn't know about it? Were you missing for some time and then they dropped you back here? Where the fuck you get that bullshit from? Let me give you some history lessons, boy. You don't want... No, I can't see that. I'm not arguing with you about this, sir. Because I want to see what you screaming right about now. You ain't come on my phone. You ain't said nothing. Did you get the pink slip yet? Or did they reduce your hours? I just want to know. My sister be like, he ain't called yet. Well, I talked to him. Yeah, sent a text message yesterday. He ain't talk about that. Eventually, I'm gonna ask him next week. Son, you still delivering the mail? You still got 40 hours. You got 40 hours, or how many you got? Oh, what? You only working 20 hours a week? Oh, okay. When was you gonna tell me? What was you wasn't gonna tell me? Say no, you called me and tell me about the G. You said you wasn't gonna tell me. Oh, poor thing. Poor stink. All right, Joe, I'm sorry. I went on a rant, but yeah, listen, I just, I want to be over here like our dear friend that's over there. Yeah, I don't know what he over there. I've been over there in the bitty booth. I don't know what he over there talking about, but you messed up, bud. I think you thought about daggone it. My supporters are. Yeah, pretty much. I blocked you, by the way. You probably in the bushes right now. Hey, guys. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Don't worry about it. People know what I'm talking about. Don't worry about it now. I ain't talking about none of y'all. Nothing they got nothing to do. I'm just saying this. Watch what you're doing with your platform. That's all I'm saying. It's not my business, and to each his own. I'm not telling nobody what to do with their platform. But when somebody's supporting you, you gotta watch how reckless you on your platform talking, bruh. What? You gonna what? Come in what? And I just unblocked you. I don't think I unblocked you from my email, though. No, I didn't. Weirdo. What up, Allie? Hope everything is copacetic over there. Hope we got good news. But yeah, I didn't block you from my email. I blocked you from the channel. Because the mods that put you in 50,000 years of time out. I'm crazy, y'all. Don't pay me no mind. I'm just over here shooting the breeze. The boss put him in 50,000 hours of time out. You out of jail, but I ain't see you over here, but I know you in the bush. okay, let's see if we can watch this on 1.5. Y'all done ran over, y'all ran over. I'm just trying to just spin a little bit. I mean, it's not, Chloe, it ain't all, but it is something going on. We gonna find out in a minute. I just hope that we will pull together and do what's needed to be done, because what people was thinking is not what it is. I'm just an ordinary citizen. And as long as you love on me, I love you back. That's how that go. My son said something to me the other day. I said, did you see your mother? I'm black as hell. What the hell are you talking about? Boy, you believe in that? Did they clone you? Talk to me, because something is going on. Who am I talking to? You're going to go out there and help. I'm asking a question. This don't mean nothing, y'all. I'm just asking y'all to answer me in the comments. Did Miss Deb come out and say anything when Waka Flocka had to fight, or he was jumped? I didn't see it. I saw a picture with the eye and stuff, and I was like, what did they do to Waka Flocka? Did anybody see Miss Deb come out? Did she come out? Because she normally come out and say stuff. Don't play with me, bro. I got some people in New York, and you ain't hear about me. I'll fuck you up. Did anybody see Miss Deb come out when Waka Flocka got the paws put on him? He said it was 10 people. Somebody said he had one fight straight up. I don't know what happened. I'm not in there. If anybody know the details on what happened to Walk, let me know. And on that note, I'm going to just go ahead. Let's go ahead back and watch. I mean, I just want to know. Did anybody know? If you know, because I didn't see Miss Deb. Come on out.
What?
Walked into the house, proceeded forward, saw a patient on the floor to the right, proceeded to the patient to start an assessment and evaluation.
And then Captain Keller had already come in.
I'm
Is he
pretty
okay?
confident, yes, he would have been quicker
Did
getting
we
off the
eat?
truck and inside.
And so you did your assessment, and then what?
My assessment revealed that he was unresponsive, no pulse, no breathing, so I would have started CPR, started chest compressions.
Did you do that with his shirt on?
I would have lifted that out of the way so I could find the proper landmarks.
So you had said that you saw that there was,
So Royal, he
Two
was
gunshot wounds, is that
doing
correct?
Yes.
and then you saw that through the shirt? Or how did you assess that when you first
And the
entered?
chief-
That's my question.
Once I
his
do a CPR,
boss.
I can see 2 bullet holes in the shirt. I can see that on the chest and on the abdomen. I can see the wounds as I'm looking at the chest and doing chest compressions.
Okay. And then he had on what color shirt?
I wouldn't have recalled other than, I guess, the video yesterday. I think it was a dark colored shirt I think we saw on the screen.
And so you had talked yesterday about the blood being more blood on chest, not pooled around your knees, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
And so with the dark shirt, was it hard to see the blood? That's
So
I'm
see,
kind of
he's from the fire department.
trying to see what you saw when you entered.
I remember seeing blood on the chest. It wasn't, I remember not seeing blood on the abdomen.
And there were holes in the shirt, 2 holes in the front side?
I would, best of my call, yes.
Okay. And when did you cut off the shirt, and how does that procedure work?
I continued doing CPR, chest compressions. One of my other colleagues would have cut that off, and knowing that the shirt maybe is potentially evidence, that's why I said to her, don't cut through where the holes are. So she could have cut down the side instead of on the top of the body.
And you use like a special scissors or something for that?
Yeah, we have some trauma shears in our equipment.
Okay. And who was that? Was that Phelps or?
I believe that was firefighter Kaczynski.
Okay. Kaczynski, that's one I didn't have. So who all was sitting there with you that was?
See, why
on scene
is
at
she?
that time?
Why is she
Firefighter
testifying?
Fife would have been there. Firefighter Kaczynski, the 3 of us, kind of like we saw in the video or the picture yesterday. All 3 of us around the patient, while Captain Keller was standing back a little bit, like you saw in the picture.
Okay. You said that you had been a CPR instructor for 12 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And was that for the last 12 years or 12 years ago?
Approximate dates 2004 to 2016, let's say.
Okay. And so have you taught people who have never done CPR before?
Have I taught those? Yes,
Right. And not just like people renewing their certification, but both.
correct.
Okay. How many people would you say that you've taught that have never done CPR before?
never done CPR, and it's probably in the hundreds over that long of doing that.
So you'd be familiar with how a first timer would react.
Yeah, you try to forewarn them what to expect.
Okay. So these first timers, they have to be taught the appropriate place to place their hands. Would that be fair?
That is part of the course, yes.
And so do you show them, or do you just tell them in class where to put their hands?
It's a video-based system through American Heart. There's a curriculum that we would have been following.
Okay. So if you could only tell them, like over the phone, that might be difficult for them to know the correct placement of their hands if they've never done it before.
I guess it depends on the instructions that the dispatcher gave. Ultimately, if I was telling somebody over the phone, you want to put your hands on their chest, on the lower part of the chest.
Yeah.
It's that kind of simple, so to speak.
Okay. But without the video, if you were teaching a class and you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, right? For a bunch of first timers?
Objection, speculation.
What?
Overruled.
You normally teach him.
Is my answer? Okay. Sorry. Can you repeat the question then?
Yeah, so it might be difficult. If you didn't have the video, it might be difficult, you know, for a bunch of first timers to know exactly what to do if you just had to tell them middle of the chest, lower chest.
I mean, you could obviously show on a person, you could show on yourself.
A
You couldn't show them
mannequin.
and you could only tell them. Could it be difficult?
I suppose it's possible depending on the person.
Okay, that's fair. So do you think that your CPR class would be fairly successful if you had no visuals?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
Yep. Next question.
I got it, Your Honor.
Yeah,
So if the person had
just
never
go
done it
on to
before
the
and was
next
just told how to do
question.
it, is it possible that they might not be acquainted with where to put their hands?
It's possible.
And it would also be possible that they might not do it properly.
That could be possible too.
And right now when you're teaching CPR, and I didn't say you are teaching right now, but if you're teaching a class, are they just doing percussions now? There's no breathing in the mouth, is that correct?
It's going to depend on the level of the class. As far as the lay rescuer, people that have never done it before, that's just want to have the training. It's evolved and we're teaching compression only. That is a form of CPR now also, just doing chest compressions.
And how long do you teach to do that for? How long of a period before you take a rest? Or
Well, it varies depending on if the patient is an adult or a child. There are different guidelines that American Heart
Child,
offers.
2
So
fingers.
in those courses, they're getting to learn
Baby.
information for adults and children and infants also.
correct, right? So for an adult, how long?
Chunky, you heard it
30,
correct,
100,
right.
150. It's been a while, so just wondering.
With an adult, they're also taught they need to call for help right away also. So that's a factor. Are they
Yeah,
alone? Is
yeah,
somebody
yeah,
else
you
able to
okay?
call?
Go
Can
get
they
help.
Call, put the phone on speaker, start, while
Oh,
talking to
Oh,
911.
Lori doorbell is still up.
And then they would just keep going until help arrives.
So there's no timing, like you take a 10
You
second
know.
break, you just do compressions.
Not for that type of level of CPR, there wasn't.
Okay. So it's helpful if you had someone there that you could like take turns, like I'll do 100, then you do 100, 'cause it's kind of exhausting, right?
Objection, compound question, relevance.
Nessa, I ain't see you.
Sustained as the compound question. You can re-ask the question. Ask it in a different way. Go ahead.
So how long
Nessa!
did you administer the CPR before you did the flip over? How long do you think that was?
The flip
Before we
over.
rolled him to look at the back, is that what you're-
Correct. Yes, that's correct.
She said the flip
I would
over.
estimate
Somebody,
maybe
get your
up to
cousin.
A minute.
Okay. And then were you counting compressions? Is that what you were doing during that time, or do you not count? You just do it for a certain amount of time?
I don't recall if I was counting. I
She
mean,
thinks she
I was
slick.
doing the chest compressions
The
while
flip
waiting for
over.
the rest of the team to arrive and for us to continue assessing, see if we're going to continue to work the patient and utilize more equipment.
And there were 3 of you there.
4 total, but 3 by the patient,
Okay. And then you could take turns, right? Like trade off if you needed to.
if we needed to, yes.
So that'd be a lot easier than when you're just there by yourself. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how long,
This lady get on. I cannot stand.
how long after the rolling over did you started doing compressions again? Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what I had.
Yes, I believe so.
And how long did you do that for?
I would estimate maybe upwards of another minute
November of
So maybe 2 minutes total?
during that sequence, yes.
1999.
And was there another sequence?
Or-
At some point, we would have stopped doing chest compressions so we could evaluate the heart rhythm.
They just did a
That's on
worldwide.
the heart monitor.
With the heart
And
monitor.
you can't be doing compressions to evaluate that.
And then you didn't continue compressions after the heart monitor at all?
From what I recall, I resumed again.
Did you say
in
that?
brief
Hold
discussion as
on,
far
that
as
she is
what direction we were gonna go.
live.
And what were the results of the heart monitor?
There was no electrical activity.
And how long was the heart monitor applied
Jesus.
compared to when you started the first compressions?
I know Nessa is.
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
18
Maybe
shoe,
reword it.
yeah, he got to order them special. We can't buy
How
them
far
out
into
the
your
store.
treatment, I should say. Did
That's
you guys
fine to
stop being a heart
always
monitor?
be just here. She said
I
what
would
she had to go
estimate
to.
that the monitor probably was
And
on
hop
within
off the
2
street
minutes
and pick my
of
mama.
making patient contact.
Call my mama.
And how long does that take?
Nothing.
To do what? To
We're
put it
watching this because
Well,
we
yeah,
kind of
for,
missed
to put
it.
it on, get a reading, and decide what you're going to do next.
It could take, I mean,
I told
you
you
gotta turn
yesterday.
it on, open up a compartment
Oh,
to get
you
the pads
wasn't here.
out
I told
of that
Bristow
compartment. You
here.
gotta open that packaging
Royal.
to be able to apply it to the patient's
Calling her by last
chest
name.
area.
Royal, that I
If the
think
chest is wet,
she's
if there's some
getting
blood, you need to dry
a.
that so it's going to adhere more properly, read more properly. So you could be looking at 30 seconds to a minute
I
possibly.
think she's reliving this and
Working
she's
through that.
getting a kick out of it.
And did you have to do that in this case? Is remove blood to
That's
stick them
mine.
on?
I would assume so, but I was doing chest compressions, so that would have been one of the other
That's
two
mine.
firefighters kind of working through that.
She is getting. Sorry, y'all. This thing is gonna. I didn't ask you to go on. I just was trying to refresh.
So I understand correctly. Did you said when you rolled him over, did you cut the shirt in the back also to see the exit wounds? Is that?
No, we only had to cut the shirt one time. That was when he was still laying on his back. You cut it down the side and that opens it up to where you can remove it from the body, pull it off.
So you did pull it off completely at some point?
More than likely, I would say yes. That's typically what we do.
Wow.
But you don't remember if you did that in this case?
I know that I didn't do that.
I think
because I was
we
doing
have
chest
something
compressions,
else
so
to
I would assume one of my
restore. I think this
colleagues
is
do that
exactly
completely.
what's
That's
going
typically
on.
what we do.
Hold on.
Okay. And so you're back to doing the compressions for the third time, and then
Oh my
you stopped
God.
that at some point.
Yeah, I
Was there
was-
another procedure after that?
No, at that point in time,
Michael
which is when we
Jackson
would
said, "Oh
have
my
called the
head,"
patient.
and he.
And who announces that?
Ultimately, I remember our captain, since he's in charge of the crew, he's
I'm in
considered
the-
the lead medic. He has the most experience. He's also charting the call.
They
kind of
sure
running it,
will.
Kind of made that final decision.
FFS.
And that would be Captain Keller? I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, she did
And then
close.
he did call it
Decide
at-
that
do you know what
he was
time?
a Zombie.
It would have.
Yes,
I don't
she
have it memorized.
did.
No, it would have been like in the charting that he was doing.
Yeah, put something
And
on
just,
there.
who documents that?
He would have
He
documented
would have
that.
done it?
Thank you, Chloe. Thank you, Chloe. I'm just going over the comments, so I'm sorry.
In preparation for your testimony here today, did you review the 911 call at all?
Yeah, okay, so I'm back up to the.
Not in
Where
preparation
did
for
I
today. Not the
send
actual audio. No,
Royal.
No.
no, not today. Not for this.
I think
What did you review for today?
Like, what is that? And I
I
thought,
was able to look at the incident times were dispatched by Phoenix Fire Department.
take this court.
I was able to look at the
photos before
paper
that. Now
documentation.
won't let me go back.
I was able to see my testimony from Idaho. I was able to see my testimony with Chandler PD when they came to the fire station a couple of weeks after this incident.
And what paper documentation did you actually take a look at?
Yeah, because this is.
It would have been the chart that Captain Keller
Oh,
documented.
I'm glad I can't see it because it
And what does that chart consist of?
There would
made
be
a typo.
scene times, date, time, address, patient information, name, address, maybe medical history, things that we, a narrative of what we discovered, what we've done, treatments that we've done, the heart rhythm from the monitor gets attached to
I
it.
can't copy it. So let me just say, so Allie, I think that this is all to satisfy her bruised ego, and she's reliving what she has done. She's reliving this incident because she was there when it happened. She's the one that set it up. She was there when it happened in the next room when he got pow. She's a sicko and a weirdo. She's a sick weirdo. So I think that's why she's asking all these questions, because she is reliving what happened. But how about you ask? Okay, I have a great question for y'all. Somebody answer me in the chat. So her and Chad Daybell's, I don't know if she got divorced from Chad Daybell, Chloe. I don't know if I don't know if they were legit. But I think I saw a wedding picture with what's the name also, Charles. I thought I could be wrong. When they first went and got they behinds. It's been some years. But I have a question to ask you guys, right? I guess it would be the same. I think I just answered my own question. She's still the defendant, but she's the attorney too. So they normally don't put attorneys on the stand, but to impeach them. I guess she would still be able to say, I'm not going to testify in this case, even though she's working in both capacities. That's something that I was thinking about, but okay. So I just wanted to Yeah, so before, you know what, Royal, I think we were asking that because we thought the prosecutor was her. This is actually the first witness on the stand from when they came back. And he was left the stand yesterday on cross, but the prosecutor for the next witness, during the next witness, she sounded like it was Lori Daybell answering. I'm asking the questions. Like, I got the same thing too. Like, what is her point? But I understand now what the prosecutor's point is. She's trying to get ahead. All of these dumb questions that Lori is asking, you know, she tried to ask the other witness that was on the stand, because Lori is going to come behind her and ask these questions any doggone way. But yeah, I just was saying in my mind, but I just guess I talked it out in my head. She is she's still the defendant. She has a right not to testify. But as the attorney, they normally don't put them on the stand, but to impeach them. So if she's not giving any testimony, you really can't impeach her on anything. So I think I worked that out in my head.
So that would all be in Captain
But
Kelly's
that's what
report?
I think, Allie. She's
And did you look
reliving
at that in preparation for today?
Yes.
everything. She's sick. She's a weirdo.
And did you write a report regarding this incident?
No,
You don't have to document anything?
just one person documents the call.
So for all of the people that were there from fire?
Correct.
Okay. So that's the total report. Is you just give your input to him and he puts it into the
So
report?
it's the fire and the
And that's the same
paramedics
for
together.
the other two
Most
firefighters that were along with you?
That's correct.
most
They don't have their own
towns they
individual
are.
reports as
So
well.
we'll find
No.
out when he gets on the stand.
And
The paramedics.
what time were you dismissed from the scene?
I mean, we probably only remained an additional 5 to 10 minutes. The chart would have that time. I don't necessarily have it by memory.
So how long were you at the scene total? Like,
If I had to estimate without looking at it, I would say approximately 20, 25 minutes.
okay. And then you were like the driver of the
That's
truck,
their
right? Was that your
fire.
responsibility? So you drove in and then did you drive out as well?
Correct.
Okay. So if you guys arrived around 8:41 or something like that, then you left around 25 minutes later? Would that be accurate?
I guess when I was giving that estimate of like the 2025, I was even including like our dispatch time from the time we're dispatched driving to the scene. So if you're wanting to know actual on scene time, it might be closer. Instead of the 20 to 25, it might be more of a closer to 20 solid. Like
20 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that typical for a call?
Okay.
it can vary depending on the calls.
Okay. So what other things did you do in that 20 minutes besides administer to the
You
patient?
forgot the 5.
Some including in that time while we're staged around the corner, waiting for PD to arrive, then for PD to clear the scene, for us to drive to the scene. There's the time with the patient, and then there's going to be the cleanup afterwards. Removing our equipment, going outside. Maybe the equipment needs to be cleaned, restocked, ready for a call. So when we drive away, we're ready to respond to another emergency and then drive away.
Okay. So when you were done with the patient and you were going through that procedure of cleaning, were you in the house or did you exit the house?
We'll remove all of our stuff and we'll go outside, typically to the front bumper of the fire truck.
And then what do you do?
We have cleaning chemicals on the truck that we could get out to, clean our equipment up to reuse it. We've got cabinet with restock to be able to restock anything that might need to be. So we'll take care of those things to be ready to respond to another call.
Okay. And while you were out front, did you see Alex on the curb?
I did see somebody on the curb, or I don't remember if he was on the curb or standing, but I remember seeing somebody with an officer or officers. I don't recall how many people might have been together.
Okay. And did you converse with those officers at all during that time?
I don't believe so. I don't really remember conversing with any officers on scene. That would have been more Captain Keller, charting, documenting, kind of getting information from them. He would
Captain.
be able to answer that question.
Keller.
Okay. So did you, was anybody in firefighting on your team, the 4 of you that were there, was anyone asked to take a look at Alex?
We were not.
He looked like he didn't need no damn help. Excuse me, y'all.
Let's see. Have you spoken to the media about this case?
I don't object. Relevance?
What's the relevance?
What is the relevance, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Just to know how many times he's given testimony?
Your Honor, I'm going
I'm
to,
gonna-
maybe we can
hold
sidebar.
on.
The
Yeah,
news
hold on.
ain't testimony, bitch!
All right, let's go on sidebar.
Didn't we tell you? Didn't we tell you that that's not testimony? probably like, look, Lori Vallow, Daybell, whatever your god daggone name is. What we tell you? Hold on, y'all. Let me speed past this because we still gotta. We got after lunch. Hold on. I'm glad they don't put the person on the stand out of the courtroom. You know, takes a lot of time to put the jury out, but they can work on their sound the way they worked on. Okay, here we go, y'all. She don't have no more questions. Well, where's my? Oh, she said a few more questions. I thought she said she ain't have no more. Oh, I jumped the gun. Dang it.
Mr. Cowden, is it possible that if there was a wound to the chest, that doing compressions on that could cause other damage?
I suppose it's possible, but ultimately it doesn't matter if the heart isn't beating. It's
Duh.
what you got to do. It's the appropriate treatment.
So would a common person who doesn't know how to do CPR maybe hesitate about pushing on a bullet wound?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
But you wouldn't.
Can you repeat the question?
You wouldn't hesitate
Didn't
to
he-
push on the bullet wound if the heart was stopped?
No, I wouldn't.
And you would have to assess if the heart was stopped in order to do that?
Yes, you would check a pulse like we did. We would, use our equipment like we did.
Okay. So the two wounds that you saw when you first got there, one was in the chest and one was where?
In the abdomen,
On the right side or the left side?
I would be speculating as to how the specific spot or area without actually maybe seeing documentation.
Okay. And can you tell me about I think there's a word for it, but I'm sorry, I can't remember what it was. The crunch.
When doing the chest compressions,
Correct.
I don't know if there was necessarily a certain word that I used, but you feel the sternum crack. I compare it to, like I said before, cracking your knuckles.
And how much pressure would you have to apply to get the crack?
That could vary, like depending on who you're doing CPR on.
Like on an adult male?
I mean, it could still vary depending on, the strength of the person doing CPR also. It could vary depending on the size of that adult male also. So I've never seen like any science that might say you got to deliver this much pounds of force or anything.
Right,
So,
like 400 pounds of pressure or something?
Yeah, I
I
know,
don't know.
right.
Okay.
You're just
There's-
going to push
there is-
hard.
Sorry, can't have you talk over one another. So he's finished his answer. Go ahead and answer your next question.
So there's no determined amount of pressure, correct?
Just hard and fast. When it comes to people doing CPR, for us, we're working as a team. We have equipment that can tell us if we're pushing hard enough. For a person without that equipment, just hard and fast.
Okay, that's fair. And then they don't always get the crack, right? It's not always going to happen.
If they're doing it forcefully enough, they would.
So if they didn't do it forcefully enough, it wouldn't.
That is possible, yes.
But then when you come in, the professionals, and you apply the correct amount of force, then you would hear the crack.
Yes,
And is that possible that that happened in this case?
it is possible.
Okay, no more questions.
All right, redirect.
Does 911 have to regularly instruct people on how to perform CPR?
I don't know if I can answer that since I don't, do that since I'm not 911.
Have you regularly heard while listening to the radio 911 instructing people on how to do CPR?
We have had PTI information when we're responding to a call that will tell us that they are either performing CPR or being instructed to.
So you've seen in the past that 911 is prepared to handle individuals who may not know how to perform CPR.
Yes,
And that's to help try to keep the patient's blood moving while you're en route.
correct.
You were asked a lot about trading off and other people doing compressions. At this scene with this patient, Charles Vallow, did you ever trade off and have someone else do the CPR compressions?
No,
You were the only one doing the CPR compressions.
yes,
Were you doing CPR while another paramedic or EMT was getting the heart monitor ready?
yes,
So this timeline of however long it took them is in conjunction with you still performing CPR.
yes.
You talked about Charles's shirt being cut. If photographs from the scene show his shirt still around his neck, would that indicate that it wasn't removed from him?
After the cutting,
Yeah, so if police, let me ask you this. When you guys are done and he's called deceased, do you put his clothing back on or modify him in any way?
no, we would just take our equipment that's necessary to take.
So if his shirt was still around his neck, then that's how it would have been left.
Correct.
Yeah.
You were asked about whether or not you should perform CPR.
I had
person
somebody
who
hacking the
has
mom a
gunshot
while
wound.
back.
Is there any reason why a person with a gunshot wound would not need to have blood circulating through their body to bring oxygen versus some other type of injury?
No.
Is the whole point of CPR to make sure that blood is circulating to get oxygen to the brain
Yes.
so that they don't go brain dead?
Yes.
And you said that ultimately it wouldn't matter if you cause more injuries because if they're brain dead, who cares, right?
Correct.
In your assessment, did you feel that no one had performed CPR on Charles Vallow before you arrived?
I had felt that. I do know in my testimony to Chandler PD, I'd stated that, or it's probably in my testimony that it was not efficient or something to those lines. But I felt like no, it had not.
Okay, you felt like no, it had not been done.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, I see at least one juror question. We'll go on a sidebar. Please, if you're a juror and you have any additional questions, pass down your question to the basket.
I don't know, but it's something about the way the Crown Plaza.
They're in the sidebar conference again. I'm sick of this. I'm sick of her. You can't keep them off the sidebar. Let's go. Let's get past this because we're not doing this. We got to get to the. Oh, he's leaving. So I guess they're bringing on the next witness. So I guess I don't have to. She keeps going into territory that she's not supposed to, and they already told her. Give an attorney.
All right, so you're going to come on up here. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in. All right, you're going to come up this ramp over here and have a seat to my left. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kent Keller. I'm a recently retired captain with Chandler Fire Department.
When did you retire?
April of 2022,
And how long did you work with the Chandler Fire Department?
32 years.
While you were there in, let's talk about 2019, what were your duties? What was your rank?
My rank was captain. I was an engine captain, so a company officer. I was in charge of a 4-person crew. We basically respond for calls to service and the different functions of a.
Did those calls for service include medical calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any training in the area of, I guess, medical treatment yourself?
Yes, I'm a
Royal.
paramedic. I went to paramedic school in 1991.
And can you tell us, is there or was there ongoing type of continuing training to be a paramedic?
Yes, yes, ma'am. There's continuing education throughout the year. You have to have
tell
a
you
certain
what
number of
I do.
hours in each subject, and as well as updates as far as pharmacology or different treatment modalities. So yes, there's constant change.
And the difference between a paramedic and an EMT?
Well, an EMT is EMT-B, EMT basic. A paramedic is an EMT paramedic. So the biggest difference would be invasive treatments. So you're trained with more ability to provide care, cardiology and pharmacology.
When fire gets a call of a person who is shot, what is sort of the normal response? What does fire do when they are coming to a scene and they know a person has been shot?
Well,
And that's supposed to be
What-
my
what they
FFS,
normally
but
would do
I
is
keep all of
you
my
get the
cards
dispatch,
locked. I
you
don't
look on a
use
map,
PayPal.
you route yourself in, and then you would determine a safe place to stage while the scene is secured by PD.
And then how do you learn that the scene is secure?
Dash
In
Street.
Chandler, anyway, we have interagency communication. So you're on the radio both with Phoenix Dispatch
Let me
and
see
Chandler
your date
PD,
or-
direct car to car, or to Chandler PD Dispatch.
So you're actually then told by Chandler Police that it's secure and you can come in?
Yes, ma'am. They will give you a scene safe or code 4 and cop dog.
When you arrive on scene as the captain, what is your role when you get there?
My role is scene safety, primary scene safety. That's rule number 1 in everything that we do. And in other words, as I arrive on scene, I'm going to make sure with PD that there are no more threats for our crew and get direction to where we need to do treatment.
When you have this team of 4, how do you determine who does what?
Well, I mean, that's individual crew training, and some crews might have specific jobs. Ours is more of a fill and flow. As you come to, I guess I should say, one person is charting, one person is going to be the paramedic in charge of the call. So he's running the call. His job is bigger picture, and then that'll leave 3 people for hands-on treatment until a 2-person rescue would arrive, an ambulance would arrive to help, if that were the case.
Does fire ever respond to a scene and then advise that a person is deceased?
Certainly.
And if fire responds, determines a person is deceased, and this is potentially a crime scene, what does fire do at that point?
Well, fire then would pick up their gear and leave without disturbing that scene as much as possible. I mean, we have gear. We spread out our gear. When we get to a patient, you know, we have monitors and drug boxes and trauma treatment boxes. So as soon as it's determined that the patient is not viable, then you would pick up that gear and leave the scene. What you don't want to do is interfere with any investigation going forward.
And even when you are working on a person, are you trying to limit impacting the scene itself to the best of your ability?
Yes, our job would be to determine if treatment is necessary and then do that treatment regardless. But yes, what I should do, what the captain or whoever that paramedic should do that has the larger picture would be to try and minimize any disturbing of the scene.
But obviously, taking care of the patient is the primary focus, even if that causes the scene to be disturbed.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you working on July 11th of 2019 around 8:30 in the morning?
Yes.
And do you recall responding to a shooting at 5531 South 4 Peaks in Chandler?
Yes.
When you responded or first went to the scene, did you guys stage like we've discussed?
Yes, ma'am.
And you advised that you're being provided information from 2 different sources?
Yes, our primary source is Phoenix Dispatch. But yes, you are able to monitor Chandler PD as well.
Is Phoenix Dispatch 911?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you're getting what's coming in from 911. Are they relaying information to you?
Yes.
Are things like whether or not the patient is receiving CPR something that is very relevant to you?
Yes.
In this case, did you receive any information regarding that?
Yes. We were told that CPR instruction had been given and CPR was in progress.
Does 911, in your experience in over 30 years, are they able to provide instruction for lay people who may not know how to do 911 or not know how to do CPR compressions?
Yes, they are actually certified to do that. They train and are certified to give that instruction over the phone.
So even though it's only verbal, they've been trained to how to present that to a person over the phone.
Yes.
So you are advised that CPR instructions have been given and that that compressions are being given? Yes.
It's been a little while, but yes, I believe that I was told. I do know that the instruction. I do remember specifically hearing that CPR in progress. I believe I remember. I would have to, but definitely the CPR instructions have been given.
Does knowing that a person has been receiving CPR impact the way you view a patient when you enter a scene?
Yes.
How?
Well, because it would make the patient more viable. If adequate CPR were given prior to our arrival, then you would hope that good CPR was given and that oxygenated blood was being pushed around the body, which would mean that make the patient more viable at that point.
When you go to a scene where you believe CPR is given, such as this one, Was that one of the things, I guess, that was part of your decision-making as you are assessing this patient?
Yes.
Can you talk to us about when you entered this residence, what do you recall?
When I entered the residence, I recall thinking that the house seemed empty, like it was either being moved into or moved out of.
She wasn't staying there. The joke was on y'all.
Where the patient was, and I remember thinking that there's very little in this room other than the patient.
Did you notice at any point
What?
items around the patient?
They observed.
The only thing I remember being around the patient was a baseball bat and a ball cap.
And do you recall at this point where those items
They
were
have
in
their
relation to
head
him?
on the swivel, y'all, because that is how you got
Yes,
to
I believe the
be.
baseball bat would have been on the patient's right and the ball cap above him somewhere in the room. I think the baseball bat was against the wall on his right.
So this is the prosecution.
Do you recall
She's
ever
asking
seeing a
these
bullet near the
questions
victim?
because I think
Once
she's
we
trying to get
started,
ahead of Lori
assessing,
Vallow.
I did see
That's what we was
a
trying
bullet
to
that spent round
figure out
on the
before
floor.
Allie.
So that's sort of a little bit into, you're in the
Yes, ma'am.
scene.
Yes.
Wasn't something you initially
This is what
recognized.
we missed, so that's why we're going over
While you're in
it.
there,
But
was there any officers in the room with you or
let me
inside the
see
house?
if they are back
There was at least
on.
one officer still clearing the house, I believe, or at least going through the house. I only recall for sure one officer being interior.
Because I think Bristolian, did
describe
they
for us
answer?
The patient, how Charles was laying
So that he works
when you first
for
observed him.
Yes, ma'am. He was laying supine. He was laying on his back. As we entered, his head was towards
firefighter.
us,
He's the
so-
chief of firefighter and
geographically
paramedics. That's how it is in most towns.
and
So I guess that's why
so
he
that's-
was
that's how
able
he
to
was
make the
Do you recall
decision.
anything about
But
his
the
arms or
20 to
hands anywhere?
25 minutes,
I don't
even though
sides. I don't recall, honestly.
Lori Daybell is a little.
Did you observe any injuries to this,
Y'all,
to Charles,
we
this
saw
patient?
all that in that little bit of time.
Yes, he had evidently a gunshot wound to his.
But
his
yeah, I
center
guess
chest.
so. Yeah, you have to assess the
Hole in the
scene.
shirt and a small amount of blood.
Did you recall or notice anything about where the blood was pooling from that shot to the chest?
At that time, I did not because we have to.
Let me see if they are back
expose the patient.
on.
And the so he's a big guy.
They should
so,
be.
He had a small amount of
So
blood.
5 o'clock here is what
above
time
his
there?
sternum.
I'm showing you Exhibit 3 that's previously been admitted.
I
Does that look
take
like,
It adjusts a little bit, but
Okay.
you can attempt.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
are you able to see that there?
Yes.
Kind of. Does this look like the patient that you were working on?
Yes.
And in this, do you see the blood pooling in Exhibit 3 there?
Yes.
Is that sort of what you were talking about?
Yes. Here in around the collarbone. So there's a divot here. That
Would you describe this patient as a fit man?
he seemed to be. Yes.
When you saw that pooling like that, did that stand out to you or seem at all impactful in your decision of whether or not CPR had been given prior to your arrival?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because had adequate CPR been given there, I would have expected more blood, possibly on there, and perhaps a pool of blood under him. I didn't see any blood under him.
Yeah, she
I mean,
is the
when we first-
prosecutor. That's what we was
So when you
over
guys
here
first
like.
arrived,
That's when everything
So
was
back to sort
messed
of
up.
Describing the scene, you said that you didn't notice any blood pooling under him.
I did not.
And is that something that you guys are cognizant of since you're going to have to get down and around him?
Yes, but we're more cognizant of it because it would indicate an exit wound, and obviously, the more blood there is, the more the heart was beating or CPR was being done.
So both the lack of spreading on him is one indication that kind of made you question if CPR had been given,
Yes, ma'am.
and the lack of pooling of blood underneath him was another sort of
Yes,
flag to you that maybe CPR had not been given.
and no one was doing CPR when we got there. Would have been the primary indicator to me. And I say that because if CPR were in progress by PD, if there were an officer there doing CPR, then they would have continued to do CPR until we relieved them.
If a person is shot and deceased, and you start giving them compressions, can you still push blood out of those wounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point when fire arrives and they are assessing a patient, do they, I'm going to put up Exhibit 4 here, do you need to try to remove any garments that might be around those potential gunshot wounds?
Yes, you would expose the patient.
Why is that?
Well, because you don't know for sure how many gunshots there are. You check for exit wounds. Some gunshot wounds, some entry wounds are minimal. You wouldn't see them you know, you could go through a shirt and not see them, so you expose the patient.
Okay. I have Exhibit 4 up here from body cam from a officer that's previously been admitted. Do you recognize who these people are and where this is?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this you?
It is.
So in this case, at some point, was Charles's shirt cut in any way to allow access to those gunshot wounds?
That would be the norm. Is at this point they would be cutting his shirt.
Do you recall from this scene how many gunshot wounds you observed to the front of Mr. Vallow?
I believe 2.
Now, when you guys first arrived on scene, do you check the pulse? Like, what do you do when you first get there?
Yes, you would check for pulses, carotid pulse, and obvious signs of light breathing, so chest rise and fall, as you are walking up to a patient.
So in this case, for Charles Vallow, did you guys find a pulse?
No, ma'am.
Did you notice him breathing?
No.
Do you do any other
Okay,
assessments
so
before you start
they're
the
back
reference?
on, y'all.
No.
So I'm gonna take this
So
off and
he's
get
not
us up
breathing,
to speed
and
because
you don't see that he has a pulse.
we
against-
figured it out that he is the chief of. Every time I have to reset, let me. Oh, child. He is the chief of fire and paramedics. So I guess like he's right under. Well, he's the person that would make the decision. He wasn't doing anything on the scene but observing and taking down and documenting. So we're going to get past him. The prosecutor sounded like Lori Daybell because we were having like some issues. That's what we all thought. She sounded kind of, but I think she was getting ahead of the dumb stuff that Lori was asking before she got up there to ask it. So we're going to go to the next witness and catch up. Oh, that is the judge. Let's see what I want to hear what he's talking about, y'all. So let's go on over. I'm going to bring it back over. They're after lunch. And so we've come to that conclusion. If we have to review it again, we will. But as of right now, I want to get to, it's almost, how long? God daggone it.
that she wanted to review, which was from the defendant's own mouth, Charles Vallow's phone. So now we have a motion that was filed, mind you, 7 days after they received the affidavit from their expert. So they held off on disclosing that while we weren't in trial, and then in the middle of trial, filed it, asking for information on numerous other devices that are in various other police agencies' possession. So, although I think ultimately, I mean, the big issue is clearly...
She's been doing this a lot, y'all.
There is no exculpatory evidence. There's no even discussion of exculpatory evidence in Mr. Dworkin's statement or their very minimally fact-invasive motion, let alone any prosecutorial misconduct. But I think we're back to the issue of Mr. Dworkin and what he's going to be permitted to bring in or talk about at this point in this trial.
All right, did you want to argue that motion right now?
Not right now.
Well, when do you want to argue it?
Woo! Look at the judge said, you want to order it.
Do you want me to argue it right now?
I'm not asking you to, but I indicated when I read your motion that it does appear not to be any discovery violation, but that the state turned over the evidence that it had at the time, and advances in that software that maybe make more information available upon an extraction than was available when they did the extraction isn't a discovery violation. I'm looking at this as more of a discovery request for additional information, which at this point in the game, I'll allow you
Take
to
her to school, Judge.
Any information that's discovered between now and the end of trial would be coming in because it's so
She's
late.
trying to file
In
Brady.
reading that affidavit, I would agree with you that that was my initial thought as well. But the problem is that the problem that we have here is that that software was available and those things were available and they were not handed over from the state. They were never handed over from the state, and they've had that information for years. So that's why we filed that motion, is because of our expert was able to download the one device that we got, that he was able to see that the complete downloads were never given, that these are reports of downloads when we know that the state had available the entire complete extraction in the first place. They just didn't give us the entire extraction. They gave us the reports of the extractions, the ones that they wanted us to have.
So
So those were available according to the technology. They just didn't give them to us on all of the devices. But we only have proof of it on one device because that's the only device that we were able to do in a timely manner.
in a timely manner.
I want to clarify a little bit. They gave you the full extraction that was available to them at the time.
No, they pulled a report from the full extraction and gave us that. That's what they gave us.
State want to respond?
When you extract data from a device like a cell phone, it is put into a formula where it is not readable by anyone, which is why then you use the Cellbrite technology to basically parse that data into areas that we can read and view. And
Let me turn this off because they talking real
Is
loud.
that what was given to the defense?
Why should she get on camera?
2019
Ma'am, get on camera.
technology that was used to take that extraction and put it into a readable form. So that you can
Okay, for always.
For instance, I'm not having to search through all this data to try to find out a text message. All of them are put together with dates and times and people and locations.
Could the prosecutor get on the
I request
mic?
that we can have a hearing on this so that I can bring in Lonnie Dworkin and he can explain that what they did not give us.
Well, just reading his affidavit is what they gave you is what they had available to them at the time. There's no affirmative duty for them to, every time a new software version comes out that makes maybe more data available, to rerun all the information.
We're not claiming that it is. We're claiming that they had a full extraction and they gave us a report of that.
You hear
full
how
extraction
she?
instead of
You
the full
hear how she
extraction on
talking
all
to the
devices.
judge?
It's not what
Bitch!
only was
He
available to
gonna,
them. They
he's
did
the
have that
one.
available. They just didn't give it to us.
He gonna
It's cherry
fix it.
picking. It's cherry picking is what we got.
I don't read your own expert's affidavit the same way you're reading it, but
That's why I'd like him to be able to come in and explain it. Can we set that up?
well, we can set that up
Ooh.
at some point. But again, this is all late, and it's unlikely that anything that's happening would lead to him being allowed to testify. But maybe we'll do that this Friday or something. I don't know. We'll have to squeeze it in, but I'm not going to make the jury wait to do that.
Okay.
We'll be at recess until 1:30.
I thought we was back. Chat, like, y'all, she needs to learn some freaking respect. She doesn't have any respect. In the words of Naja just came here from Dubai, respect for the law. Okay. Girl, they love her over there in Pakistan and Dubai. I don't know what she went down there and did to the people. But what she did do was go out of town to get no tummy tuck. I can tell y'all that. But what she say, respect for the law. She don't have no respect. Lori Vallow has zero respect. And she is somebody that thinks that she can do no wrong. You are talking to a judge, regardless to how we feel about some of them. Not all of them are bad. This judge is just not letting you get away with the nonsense that you're used to getting away with, ma'am. It's very disrespectful the way you were talking to the judge. Now, girl, talking about they were cherry picking. They were cherry picking cherry tomatoes? Or was it real cherries, girl? Because you are disrespectful. Somebody. All right, so here we back right here. That was a long break. Oh, I cannot. Ooh. Hold on, y'all. Wait, this is a mess already. But they got music, so I can't bring it over on the while the music is on. Child, they hit that one snippet, be like, clip. Or why did they start to questioning through the music? Like, that's crazy. Let me bring it over here first and get y'all on the stand. Wait, hold on. Whose expert is this? Whose expert is this? Child, is it, this got to be the state's expert? This is the Lori Vallow trial. This is her trial number 4. This is a trial for her. She was allegedly, conspired with her brother to unalive her ex-husband. His name was Charles. Oh my gosh, she done. I done got my brain is fried. What is she is on? So now today they got her up here as Lori Vallow, but that's who she was married to last, supposedly, Chad Daybell. When they unalived their children, she already went to court for that, and his wife was found guilty for that. So she's serving life. So this is about her husband, Charles Vallow. What the heck is his name? Child, y'all, I got Vallow. Child. Chemo brain kicking in like a god dag on. Somebody put his name in the chat for me. The Charles Vallow. God dag on it. Somebody hit the laugh button. Right, I'm talking about the husband because she's asking what case is this for always. What is the husband's that she Val? God dag on it. Where is my this is just horrible. Vallows. So she unalived Charles Vallows. I got it, y'all. Let me roll my chemo brain back. So she conspired to have her ex-husband, Charles Vallow, unalived. This was before she unalived the children and the wife of Charles Daybell. I know it's confusing. This is her 4th trial. This is a capital case, and this fool decided to represent herself. She does have standby counsel at the table with her. And so that's why when you see the where is Chloe at when you need that? What Chloe said, call her Lori doorbell because she's ding dong crazy. When you see the woman, the defendant, she's a defendant in the blue jacket with the blonde hair. On the other side, the prosecutor has blonde hair, but she has on the off-white, I believe it is, little sweater. But then you hear Lori Daybell, who wants to be known right now as Lori Vallow because she's on trial for conspiring to unalive him. Now, if you saw that video of him calling the people on her, it was very disturbing. I'm talking about Charles Vallow because he had saw that her patterns and stuff had changed. So they used to be, why is always the what do they call the LD, the Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, LDS? They just use the LDS. Good morning. Y'all remember that commercial? Good morning. So he saw that she, I guess, morphed from following the LDS to following some strange ideology that that Chad Daybell was already, out here. He was already following, and they were like, Mormons. They belonged to the LDS church, but they broke away and started their own stuff. She started calling her children. She said they were demons and what is the word? Zombies. So she said her ex-husband was somebody. Like, it is confusing if you haven't been following. Now, this is my first time covering the case live, but I was, watching all of the other videos from when she went on trial. However, this case here, did she decide to go on and be the expert for it? And she decided to go on and be the attorney for herself and has no clue as to what she's doing. So that was her just arguing. That's the defendant / the pro per attorney. We got another Darrell Brooks case, but she can't mess with Darrell Brooks. She's not messing with Darrell Brooks on that level. She's just nasty, arrogant, and she believes that she could talk to this judge any type of way. You see what happened to Darrell Brooks? He got 762 years plus. Or it's the other way around, plus the 762 years. But he gets another trial. So I'm going to check and see when that trial is starting. I'm trying to prepare for the Darrell Brooks trial because I will be streaming that. Because he gave us nothing but a show last time in front of Judge Dorrell again. So Attorney Wichow and I forgot the other one name, but the other lady, she wasn't there at the last hearing for Darrell Brooks. That video here is on here too. Everybody thought, is this old? No, it's new. He went to court to represent himself and let his attorney go. He went to court. He filed the motion to have his attorney released. He wants to represent himself today. He was on his kind of his best behavior. Then them eyes got to rolling up in his in the sky because he was like, I just release his ass because when we go to court, I want to take it to retrial. I'm taking it to retrial. And she granted that. She tried to tell him no again. So now, not only do the people of Waukesha get to rip that Band-Aid off and got to have to experience Darrell Brooks, let's bring it back to Lori Daybell. She's no Darrell Brooks. Not at all, not by a long shot. None. But she is a defendant and the pro se, pro per, and or pro pers, the same ish. She is the attorney. So, forever did that kind of do it. I hope so. It is Lori Daybell and Lori Vallow. It's the same person. That's what I'm trying to sum up in a nutshell. But she's also the attorney in this case, which is her case, her fourth. Child, I like the way this judge is handling her though. Handle her. She needs to be handled. Look, she's yes. This is the doomsday trial. Yes, this is another addition though, Allie. See, before they kept talking about this, that they had the videos. She had Tylee kind of lied for her. But remember in the other case, she has older children. Remember her son got on the stand. He was so brokenhearted. Like, how could you do this? How could you do this? So she's upset because she feels like her attorneys allowed the courtrooms to like kind of let that stuff go on. Ma'am, you're entitled. That's your child. You lied to him about several things and they brought it out on the stand. So yes, this is the doomsday, Allie. This is the doomsday trial. But she was Lori Vallow before she was Lori Daybell, which is Chad Daybell's. They unalived his wife in her sleep, allegedly. Charles is unalived before the kids was unalived. Now the kids is missing. They got the brother on camera in the backyard digging up a spot. They got him on camera carrying something, right? The brother carrying something, right? And now, so they unalived Charles first. They never charged this the bimbo. The Lori, where is Chloe's word? Lori Doorbell. Ding dong. They never charged her, so she's charged now, and she's representing herself. So this is a doomsday trial, but yeah, this is the person number 4. 2 kids, JJ, and when I do my next thumbnail, I'm going to put Charles on the thumbnail. But those are the kids. JJ was not her son. It was her adoptive son. She was her ex. It's confusing. I know. She's a mess. So JJ was Charles's biological nephew who had autism. They had her brother carrying digging a hole on camera, carrying something you couldn't see what it was. The children, they found them buried in the back of Chad's house. I think it was, if I remember correctly, it was Chad's house. Now her brother's name was Alex. He was the guy that you see on camera sitting on the curb. All right, the kids are still alive. Let me take it back because it's probably confusing. The kids are alive. Her and Alex are separated. They're having issues. She's talking all this crazy stuff. He's calling her out for it. They were trying to stage an intervention. Her friends had got creeped out, like she's talking about all this crazy stuff. We were with her before until she started talking about all this crazy nonsense. So her friends testified in the cases before, right? So now Charles was going to stage an intervention because she's talking all this crazy weird stuff, like she see UFOs. She said spaceships. All of that. The kids are zombies. She gave him a different name, some evil person's name. I can't remember right off the top right now. That's right. She gave him that. And then she's setting it up She's brainwashing her brother Alex. Like she just got him all messed up. He done left the wife and everything. He all messed up, all wrapped up in this nonsense with her. She's money hungry, she's money hungry, all that. So they planning and they're plotting. They're planning and they're plotting. So they unalive Charles first. Charles Vallow, the man that she was married to for 20 something years, I'm not sure however many years, right? They had a $1 million policy out on him at first because she said he had high blood pressure, so they would only insure him for $1 million. But they insured me for $2 million. But then when we finished paying out premium, he was an insurance agent. So he went out and found another company that would insure him for more than $1 million. That's what's in her opening statement. She is a ding dong. None of this makes sense. The evidence is going to show the evidence ain't show us up until this point. We ain't seen no evidence yet, ma'am. I want to see this evidence that you talked about in your opening statement. So after they unalive Charles, you see her brother Alex sitting on the curb when the police, the firefighters that we just saw, and everybody was on the stand with his shades on his head, saying that he unalived Charles in self-defense, that Charles hit him with a bat. That's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. Now, mind you, when this altercation was going on, the bat was brought into play by her daughter, the one that's unalive. Child, now y'all done made me forget what is her name. Child, tap. It's little JJ and child. Y'all really got me going here. I'm gonna call her TT for now. God daggone it, my chemophilia brain kicking in. So TT, supposedly her and Charles ain't get along. Lori had Charles's cell phone. He's like, give me my cell phone. She's like, nah, it was a trap. Give me my cell phone now. She goes into the house now. Supposedly Tali, her name is Tali. She hears this commotion. She sees what's going on. So she goes and get a bat out the room, staged. So now she says, oh, but Alice was in the room. He was all discombobulated. He woke up. He had on his jeans. And he came out to see what was going on. And Tali and Charles, the ex-husband, was tussling with the bat. Charles got the bat and hit Alex in the head. And Alex, I took the children and went in another room, and she heard the pow-pows. Pow, 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 pow. So what did she do? Did she call 911? No, she didn't. She took the children, got in the car, and took little JJ to school. She takes little JJ to school. You just heard the pow, pow, pow. You just said your brother got hit in the head with a bat. But what do you do after you take the kids in the other room? You hear the pow, pow, you go and take little JJ to school. You come back, so the cops, everybody, the cops, the paramedics, fire, everybody's there. Her brother's sitting on the curb. Charles is in the house unalived already. He was gone before she took little JJ to school. She was there for the whole thing. She said it. Now, she got Charles' cell phone still. They go to the police station. They don't tell her what they're looking for in the house. The house was empty. They're looking for the cell phone. She got the cell phone. So they said it was in self-defense. They let them go. Lori, we are trying to find, Charles' cell phone. Oh, I have it. Bitch, what? While she over here talking about cell phones and extractions. Bitch, what? But they didn't ask her that. They didn't call and ask her that. They told her they needed her to come back to the police station, her and Alex. They go down there. They said, we're looking for the cell phone. We're looking for his. Oh, I got it right here. You know the passphrase? Oh, yeah. Here. That's how they got Charles's cell phone, but they didn't charge her. They charged her with JJ. Now they're looking for her kids after they unalived them. She in Hawaii. They had to go to Hawaii and get her. She done got married to Chad. I don't even think she was divorced from Charles. I know Chad and Charles. It's kind of confusing. From Charles. Let me back it up. She thought she was still the beneficiary on that insurance. The insurance. She found out after she had him alive. And she done switched up the beneficiaries. Made his sister the beneficiary. He been you cuckoo Cocoa for Cocoa Puffs flying out the country on spaceships and stop seeing zombies, The Walking Dead, Michael Jackson Thriller movie. It's real. You cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That man said, oh, heck no, I'm not leaving you a penny. Because you are. Anyway. So, she said, oh, I'm not the beneficiary, but I still get this amount of money for Social Security for little JJ because he's autistic. I didn't mean to do that here. Just autistic don't mean that. He's autistic. Tolly get her own check. She got other stuff going on with her. And then I get so much money from, alimony. Even though I'm not getting this insurance, I know to the dollar and the cents how much money I'm getting a month. So I'm not worried about that little insurance policy anymore. She lives in delusion. She lives in freaking delusion. So she's not worried about it. So she runs off the Hawaii. They're like, girl, we ain't seen where the kids. She calling the friends like, oh, they're around. Oh, they're here. We sent them out to space. Oh, yeah, they saw the outer space when they loved them. They got on the spaceship, went to space. So then our son is like, where is my brother and sister? Oh, if I tell you about it, you're going to think something bad about me. Where's the damn kids? Ain't seen them kids in months. So they found these, they kept asking her dad to go to Hawaii and get this bitch. And her husband, Chad Daybell, they're out there living off the people. Because Hawaii, they kind of live off the land anyway. Where your kids at? Girl, she all in the video laughing. No, seriously, bitch, where's your kids? Bitch, them kids is in a shallow grave. Where in Becca Chad's day? Where in Becca Chad's? Where is them kids? They done unalived Chad's wife. Supposedly, the way they said she was asphyxiated. So what y'all went? She and his wife. They said she was healthy as an ox or a horse. What noise they make? I don't know. I just spotted here. I don't. This is not a horse. It's supposed to be human. I don't know. So this is where we at. Same person, Lori Daybell, Lori Vallow is the same goddamn Looney Tune. That's why Chloe said just call her Lori Ding Dong because she's a loony freaking tune. She mad at everybody, and I know she mad because she can't have her way in this courtroom. Bravo, judge. Even though the prosecutor had us all confused, is that Lori? Now, if we close our eyes or have some technical difficulties, we think that that's Lori asking the questions from the prosecutor's side. God dang on it. There y'all go. The brand is over. Let's get on back into it. Now we got this guy on the stand. this from what I hear, this is a whole mess, and this is the prosecution's witness. We on 1.5. Let's go, cause how many hours? Cause the judge said he wasn't doing this hearing today. So who the hell is it? Come on, y'all. I hope I brought some clarity to a whole sticky, confusing situation.
There's regular officers that typically will do entry. There's some that specialize in breaching, some specialize in grenadiers, and then we also have the snipers. So I was cross-trained to do the regular basic entry officer stuff, as well as I became a sniper, and eventually I became a sniper instructor.
Okay, so what kind of training did you have to go through to become a sniper and sniper
You a
instructor?
sniper?
So the sniper training was a basic 40-hour course. I attended that with the FBI. And as time progressed, I would attend advanced sniper trainings so that I could enhance my skill set. And eventually, after having been on as a sniper for a while, I attended a 40-hour sniper instructor course.
Who is that with?
That was with the American Sniper Association.
Was it with Viverito?
As a trainer for snipers, what
No,
does
my
that
heart.
entail?
40 hours.
Until
Is that
having
with
to have good
Viverito
working
or-
knowledge of the actual job,
Okay, sir.
the ballistics that the rifles need to perform, knowing how to train new snipers, knowing how to keep snipers that have achieved certification to keep their skill sets up,
40
and
hours, so that's
to keep
8 hours.
meeting the
Wait,
mandates
hold on.
of what would be expected of a police
That's
sniper.
not enough
Did you
training
ever
to blow
become
somebody.
a shooting reconstruction expert?
I did.
Can you tell us, what does that mean?
It means that I attended a course. It was a 40-hour course where
say
it was
40-hour
completely
course, one
hands-on. There was classroom, a lot of hands-on with you. Not only see the results of different impacts and things like that, but you watch it happen, and then in some cases you actually get to make it happen. And then after that, you, as a class, you work together,
Simulation?
putting things back together. And at the end of the 40 weeks, there is a test that you have to pass to get certification.
You said 40 weeks?
Or sorry, 40 hours. Sorry.
So what does, I
go to
guess,
school.
shooting reconstruction mean, if you
Hey,
could
y'all
explain
put me
that
through
to
all
us?
that to get a bachelor's.
It means being able to
I
take
can go be a
information from a
sniper.
scene and being able to put it together to reconstruct
In a week.
as best as possible or humanly possible what happened. For instance, you have bullet strikes. In some cases, you can actually get a good angle or ballistics information so that you can backtrack it and get an approximate area where the shooter
It's making my
had to have
blink
been.
rate.
In many cases, you can help articulate whether information given to you was factual or if the information given to you was not. And this is very handy when
Exactly.
there are
Yes,
no witnesses
for
and you only
always.
have
Yes, for nothing.
basically the person saying what happened.
Is there any type of certification process to be a shooting reconstruction expert?
Yes, at the end of that course, I had to successfully complete a test in order to get certification.
And when did that occur?
That was in, I believe, early 2017.
Yeah,
Who is that through? Who puts that on?
It was with Michael Haig, his
is-
company.
Who is Michael Haig?
He is
They go to court
part
late.
of a duo, father-son duo, that have become quite renowned for their ability to do ballistics and then teach it and train other people with it.
And have you utilized those skills that you learned in that shooting reconstruction course as a detective since then?
Yes, many times.
I assume you passed the certification test?
I did.
So on
After a
July
week.
11th of 2019, were you working as a
Googled
detective
it.
at that time for the homicide unit at the Chandler Police Department?
Yes, I was.
During the weekdays, what were your, I guess, work hours normally?
My normal work hours were Monday through Thursday, about 7 to 5.
When you are
This is too
working as a
much.
detective, we've heard a patrol is out driving around. What are you guys doing?
Well, we carry a caseload. So many times we are working on the cases that we've taken previous days or weeks ahead of time. We're trying to come to a conclusion for those particular cases. But many times we also will have our radios on, just kind of listening to what's going on.
So are you at
In the book.
your office is at the main police station?
Correct.
On July 11th of 2019, did you hear some police radio traffic of a shooting at 5531 South Fort Peaks Place?
Yes, I did.
Did you respond to the scene?
After collecting some equipment and putting it in my vehicle, yes.
Is that normal then for detectives with homicide to go out to the scenes?
For the unit at the time, yes, it was.
Can you describe for us what the scene looked like when you arrived?
There were police vehicles around. There were officers that had established a perimeter. Some crime scene tape was already put in place. And they basically had frozen the scene.
Do you recall about how far away this scene was from the station where you were located?
15, 20-minute drive.
When you arrived there, were other detectives arriving? How does that work?
There were several of us that had self-deployed, and we were in various stages of being on our way there. So other detectives did arrive.
How do you decide which detective is going to do what?
Lori
at
gonna
scene,
try
whether
to tear in
show
the
up there?
shreds, y'all.
Well,
Yes.
a lot of times it's just a matter of who speaks up first saying, I'm going to take case. If it's after hours, then the person that's on call will usually be the person to do it. But if it's during regular business hours, it's kind of like a little wrestling match to figure out who's going to end up taking it.
What role did you
A
get?
wrestling
I
match.
got assigned the scene.
Okay. What does that mean to be assigned scene?
So the scene work, assigned scene, means that you're responsible for making sure that the scene is processed properly, accumulate whatever evidence is necessary, report back to the actual case agent your findings so that they can stay aware of how things are transitioning and being learned, and then they can start making informed decisions on what the next step is going to be.
Do you do that alone or do you have help?
It depends on the scene. In this particular case, I had Detective Duncan along with me.
And do you have any, does Chandler Police Department have any like crime scene specialists or people that come up to help as well?
Yes, when I left the crime scene officer program, they had actually started a civilian program so that they could free up the officer's responsibility. So Chandler has several crime scene techs that will respond out when called.
And was someone called out to that scene?
Yes.
Do you sort of, as the scene agent, help, I guess, tell them what to do? Are you the person who's overseeing the whole scene?
It's more of a collaborative effort. We do provide direction on things that we're specifically interested in, but I've worked with them for many years, so it's pretty easy for us to just understand some of the basics that have to be done, such as overall photographs. Before we even think about manipulating anything or marking anything, we want to try to capture the scene as it was.
It's not a good word, manipulate.
As the scene
I
agent, did you
understand what you
create
mean. It's
a
not-
diagram to just
Lori
reflect what
wrote
the
that
scene looked
down.
Yes.
like? And is that to scale?
It's not to scale. It's close, but it's not to scale.
Your Honor, if I can have my paralegal approach with Exhibit 5. And I think there's a second page in there.
It is behind. It's not exposed to the back. Yes.
And is that the sketch and then the second page measurements of that diagram that you made?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
If it's not to scale, I don't know how it will be helpful, but no objection.
All right, Exhibit 5 is admitted.
So what the,
And if I may publish.
Go ahead.
if it's not to scale, but no objection? But then why don't you say something?
That's not lit up.
Well, if he can come an expert in a week, she can become an attorney at the law library in jail for some years.
Oh, we might use the one behind you. All right, can I have the
I'm just
detective?
saying.
Oh, never mind. There we go. Okay, so this is Exhibit 5, the first page. Is this sort of an overview of the entire residence as well as the items of evidence that you collected?
That is correct.
So we understand where we see these little yellow placards. What do those indicate on your diagram?
On this diagram, they indicate the items of evidence for that particular room.
And do they each have a number associated with them?
Wow.
Yes.
And is the second page of your diagram a reflection of what each of those numbers refers to?
Yes, it is.
We see in this A, B, and distances. What is that?
So the reference points, for this particular purpose, we did a triangulation method. So we take measurements from 2 known points in that room, and then we measure out to the item of interest. And then that was how we get a point A and a point B measurement.
All right, so at the first page here, that's the actual diagram. What is the reference points that you are using to make these distance measurements?
So the reference points are not depicted on this diagram, but in this particular room, if you look at the wall where items number 2 and 12 are, the upper or the left upper corner is B, and if you go straight down towards the kitchen area, that along that wall, that corner is A.
Okay, so when we see a reference measurement from A of 21 feet to the bat, we're talking 21 feet this way should be where the bat was?
No, you're talking 21 feet from that corner, straight line to the bat.
Okay, so whatever the closest measurement or closest way to get there would be?
Correct.
So for the bat, it would be something like that.
Correct.
Okay. And then when we see reference point B for the bat, then you're talking from this point to the bat?
Correct.
Okay.
Unless
so we
he
understand that.
swung it and let it go. And it hit the
When
wall.
Chandler Police Department goes to a
Hold
scene
on.
like this,
Show
do they
that
utilize
exhibit
any
again.
type of
Show it
photography
again.
system to help better document a scene so that you can see things more clearly sometimes than with photographs alone?
Yes, depending on the scene, we would use a system called the Lizard Q.
What is Lizard Q?
It's in essence, a 360-degree photographic system that you set up on a tripod inside or wherever your location is, inside, outside, and you start the process, and the internal computer for this system specifically takes a set number of pictures where it's overexposed all the way to underexposed and the images in between. And it does this at various locations along the path to create enough overlapping images. And then those images are stitched together and actually create a 360-degree sphere of the scene.
Did you have to get trained on how to use LizardQ?
There was some training involved, yes.
If, again, my paralegal can approach with Exhibit 139, you can take a look at that.
Okay.
You recognize a thumb drive that is in Exhibit 139.
Yes.
What is on that thumb drive?
On this thumb drive will be the LizardQ spheres.
Okay. And is there a reader on there so that you can actually view it?
Correct.
There's a piece of paper in there as well. What is that?
The piece of paper is a set of instructions on how to use the LizardQ viewer so that you can view the spheres.
Okay. And did you initially the thumb drive to indicate that you had viewed it and you recognize that as the LizardQ that you created on July 11th of 2019?
I have,
Or did you actually create that?
I created the thumb drive.
And that's your thumb drive that you put it onto?
Yes.
All right. State will move to admit Exhibit 139.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
139 submitted.
Judge, at this point, might I ask the witness to
Does
come
she-
down here to utilize the LizardQ? I can sit at the table, but it needs to be put into a computer to do that, and I don't think we can hook it up there.
What in the?
All right, so if you can insert that on the laptop. Yeah, thank you. I'm sure I might have to log in. I just might have to log into my computer, sorry. Oh, nope, sorry. You. There. All right. Can you talk us through, so you've opened the thumb drive to where that's at. How do you get to viewing this program?
So first, you'll have to double click on.
Hold on, one sec, I'm sorry, we're waiting for it to. Yes, the USB is in that laptop up there on the podium. There, yeah.
So first you need to double click on the LizardQ viewer.exe so it can open it up. And then it's going to ask you where to look for the spheres. I think that's going to be- And then you just double click on the sphere you choose to open up, and it will open it up for you.
Can you make that larger? So we can,
We just wait to respond.
got it. Okay.
So once you have the sphere open, you want me to just?
Yeah, if you can just tell us how to work that first, and then we'll ask a few questions.
So once you have the sphere open, if you depress the left mouse button, you can actually move the images around. Without depressing the mouse button, you can zoom in and you can zoom out with the scrolling wheel. If you depress the right mouse button and use the scrolling wheel, this will darken or lighten your sphere. It will give you the ability to look outside as opposed to just the photographs washing it out normally so you can see inside. With this particular program, you can open up multiple windows, but you'll really only be able to view one at a time, but you can go back and forth between them.
So for this sphere that we're looking at, we see Charles Vallow there, correct?
Yes.
And then there's some white cards that we see around the room. What are
Excuse
those?
me, I was
Those
going
are
to ask you to put
3x5
that on
cards
mute.
that officers have dropped in the scene. A lot of times they'll do that to help identify to detectives items that they observed and to be a warning to other officers to watch out for these items as you're either moving through or exiting the scene.
Is the LizardQ program then used prior to the scene being documented? And let me say this. We saw in your diagram, Exhibit 5, that there were little yellow placards or numbered items. Is that something that's actually done in the scene? So we were looking at the bat, for instance.
Correct. So in this particular moment in time, we just merely left it with the placards there. Again, it's attempting to capture the scene as we as an investigative unit found it. There can be times that we'll do this first and eventually go through putting evidence placards down and then maybe do another sphere showing all the evidence placards.
So would it be fair to say that this is done to document the scene prior to police going through and having maybe digging through areas to find potential evidence?
Great. It's much like when we do overall photographs with the 35 millimeter camera. This is just another enhancement of that.
For this room where we see Mr. Vallow, do we have two different spheres?
Yes, in this particular room, I did a lower sphere, and then I raised it on the tripod that you can see in it to another height, and then I did a sphere there. So we have a program that we can combine those and make it a measurement sphere. So we could do measurements linear, but not to and from the camera because of its limitations.
So what is provided here is without measurements
That is correct,
and without anything being marked yet.
aside from the 3x5 parts.
Can you show us the lower level sphere as well?
This is the lower level.
Okay, then the upper level one, sorry.
As you can see, your point of view has changed a little bit, but the room has remained the same.
And that's all using the same initial placement of that tripod, but just moving the camera height up higher or lower?
Correct. The tripod has the ability to elevate to the platform that the camera is actually on.
All right, thank you. Connor, could I have the witness go back to the?
Yep.
Thank you. I'm going to do this for now. So, although that documents what the scene looked like that we saw prior to the marking of evidence, as a scene agent, do you still utilize photographs?
100% yes.
Why?
It's just an added failsafe. The lizard queue can, if you do the lizard queue, then you're restricted to just the view from where that camera is at. When we do overall photography, we actually move around and get it from different perspectives. This is just another tool in the ability to show what the scene looked like.
Did you also photograph rooms where
It's
the
like,
lizard
oh my
queue was not?
gosh,
Yes.
they are crazy.
When you photograph a scene, what is the process for that?
I'm not sure I understand.
Sure. When you enter a scene as a scene agent and you are looking at one like this, do you just go into the room where this person is and just photograph that area and that's it?
No, we would photograph the entire place to document it. The lizard queue, because of the volume that it takes and not necessarily information that would require the setup of a sphere, then we will just stick with the crime scene photos for those particular rooms.
Okay. So I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 6 through 138. You can look at those and let me know if you recognize what those are photographs are.
Why do you have all this ready? Allie, I just saw your your comment. Daryl Brooks is playing with them. He don't think he good enough. Did you see his face? Did you see the video and see his face in that video when he was looking up at the sky like, why is she asking me these questions? So the first time I ever heard this, like Darrell Brooks is in the jail, but they have it listed that they moved him. They didn't tell anybody where he went. They wasn't even going to tell the judge. She said, "I have a right to know. If he's representing himself, I need to send him paperwork." They wasn't even going to tell his attorney where he was housed. I said that I've never seen that. I don't care who the person is. I've never seen them withhold that information. That is, it has never been not been public knowledge to me. Like this was the first I thought that he was lying. But that's how it came up. Like he talking about he having problems with the facility already, so he knows it's going to be a problem. On those grounds, I would not have allowed him to release his attorney. Y'all know what he's setting y'all up for. Darrell Brooks. Child, I can't wait. And Mushmouth Joe, you got a membership to my channel if you out there in the bushes, sir. Mushmouth Joe did Darrell Brooks dirty. He's funny as heck. His editing skills is
Do you
crazy.
recognize all those photos?
Yes, I do.
Do they accurately depict 5531 South Four Peaks Place, both before and during and after processing it?
Yes, through various stages of the investigation.
Your Honor, if I can have those shown to the defendant.
Yep.
Now, Detective, when you guys are processing a scene, in addition to photographing it, are you also looking for items that you may want to collect and actually bring back with you?
That's correct.
Can you talk to us about what procedures you use to collect and impound physical items of evidence that you're going to take with you?
Sure. It depends on the type of physical evidence, what the circumstances of the offense are. So the type of collection method can vary, but inevitably we'll identify it first, then we'll document it with photographs, and then we will come up with a plan that we're going to recover the evidence. And typically on scenes, I like to work in a particular direction collecting evidence. Others have their own method, but that's the method I typically use. And then I work along with the crime scene tech, and we'll go through exactly what we talked about. We'll have the overall pictures taken. We identify things that we believe are going to be relevant, and then we'll, for identification purposes, we'll usually affix some form of evidence tag, a marker, things along those lines. Not all items are actually taken. Some are actually just documented because it's impractical to remove certain things, such as a slab of concrete or something like that. So depending on the situation. So after it's documented, first with photograph, placard, photographed again, and then we will collect it. If DNA is an issue, the crime scene tech will be the one that'll take care of the method for doing it, and they will take the protective measures, whether they do gloves, swapping gloves out, or they do face masks, depending upon the nature of the evidence. If it's super DNA critical, then we will pull all the precautions out. In this particular case, it was not DNA critical.
Do you still wear like gloves or anything like that when you are collecting these items of evidence?
Absolutely.
And are you using them and changing them to ensure, for instance, you don't transfer blood from one item onto another?
Right, and typically that's what our crime scene techs will do. We will direct the method or the order we're going to collect, and then we'll go through that. And they'll be the ones that'll photograph. They'll change the gloves, place it in the envelope. Typically it's a paper envelope. And then we'll move on to the next item and repeat the method.
So in this case, I'll put 5 back up if I can have the Alma. Thank you. What was your process for how you wanted to go through this home in reviewing, collecting the evidence?
So for this particular method, I chose to work from the north towards the south, collecting as we went. Item 1 being the hat, which is at the north end of the room. And then it was kind of a toss-up between 2 and 3, so I just decided to go ahead and go for 2, and then we would work our way down from there.
And so we see in this diagram, north is up this direction.
It's to the left of the image, yes.
And so in the photographs that you're taking of these individual items, do you see those placards or something that shows a 1?
Yes.
Now you talk about in this that there are scenes where you may have difficulty collecting an item. In this scene, did you actually cut out some pieces of evidence to bring back with you?
Yes, and that's why you'll see numbers higher than what was originally in the room associated to those items.
When you are processing a scene, do you always know what may be relevant or not relevant?
Not always immediately.
Is that one of the reasons why the entire residence is photographed instead of just what appears to be relevant here in that one room.
Correct.
So that later, if anyone wants to look at another room, that's been documented adequately.
Right.
When you're going through a house, even though you walk in and you see Charles Vallow on the ground there, are you still checking all of the rooms to see if there could potentially be something of evidence there?
Well, certainly, I'm no stranger to not having all of the information initially when I show up. So I will go through and I'll look at the residence to see if there's anything that actually stands out immediately. And maybe I'll be able to ask a few questions of whoever's doing the interviews to see if there's any relevance to it.
So are you looking for instance, any bloody items?
That would be important.
Are you looking for any projectiles or anything else that might be not in this room?
Certainly. Well, it's passed through walls.
Are you looking for any evidence that might be related to this individual, Charles Vallow, like wallets or things like that that might have been left somewhere in the house?
Yeah, anything that could properly identify who was or may have been present at the time.
Okay. And that's sort of all those photographs as well.
Correct.
When you photograph a scene, do you start at the outside of the home?
Yes, we will typically start at the outside and work our way in and carefully avoid the items of evidence that have been readily made identifiable.
So Exhibit 6 here, what are we seeing here?
So this would be the front of the residence. It faces west, and we're looking at the main entrance that's just off to the right of the closed single garage door, and that door is open.
Your Honor, we're going to have to object. We haven't agreed to admit any of these pictures that are being posted.
I'm sorry, I did show them. The state will move to admit exhibits, 6 through 38, or 138.
Any objection?
To some of them, I mean, they're very similar, and I don't think that they all need to be put on there.
So your objection is that some of them are cumulative?
Yes. Yes, Your
Right.
Honor.
Full 3 pitch.
Let me see them. What numbers?
Yeah, which number, sorry?
6 through what?
138.
Do you have specific ones that you believe are cumulative?
Yeah, I'd have to go back through to get them specifically. I have some.
Well, let me browse them.
Biatch, you making an objection. You don't got them together. Attorney Daybell, you are wasting our time. $403, ain't that a waste of time too? 403. Now, how long is Lori Daybell going to be going through these pictures? Child, hold on. We're not playing these games, Lori. You done went through them before. What are you stalling for? Hold on, so we can be brought up to speed. And the judge is looking. Okay. Oh, okay. She going to be mad. Hold on, y'all. Here you go. Now, Judge, the first part of what you said kind of
All right. Well, I've reviewed exhibits 6 through 138. While many of the exhibits show multiple pictures of the same items, there's no two pictures that are the same. They show different angles, different distances, different perspectives, and in some cases, the item as it was found as opposed to someone picking it up and showing it from a different angle. So they're somewhat cumulative, but the court will admit those exhibits. They may help assist the jury in visualizing the scene and determining where things were at the scene.
Child. You ain't getting away with nothing.
We talked about Exhibit 6 being the front of the house. The door that you were talking about there, is that the door we saw in the lizard queue that was in that front room?
Yes, that's the double front main door.
Exhibit 7 and 8, was that to document a vehicle that was there?
Yes, again, to try to do overalls of the scene to show how it was when we got there.
At that time, did you know whose vehicle that was?
I did not have the opportunity, nor did I run the license plate of it, but it was documented, and I believe later on it was learned.
Okay, thank you. But not something you were responsible for.
Correct.
Can we get to Exhibit 9?
What is
And then
that?
10,
Charles,
is this sort of coming up to
Pouint? C for Charles?
Yes, that's approaching closer to the door.
Chill.
11, which way are we looking as we enter the door here on 11?
So you would be looking to the northeast, northeast.
And you had talked about in a diagram a hat. Is that sort of what we see here?
Correct.
Is Exhibit 12 sort of looking the opposite way from that sort of vantage point,
Correct.
sort of south?
Southeast, yeah.
And does Exhibit 13 show us what the front entryway looks like?
Correct. So this image would have been taken from the northeast corner of the main room there.
We can see in this then the hat with the placard of 1.
Correct.
So when we are looking at your diagram, Exhibit 5, and we see the 1, that's what that's referring to.
Correct.
Exhibit 14, can you tell us our perspective of what we're looking at here?
So you're standing in roughly the northwest corner of the room, just down from the entryway, and you're looking south.
So we start to see some of those white cards there. Is this before you have added in the yellow placards?
Correct. This would have been part of the overall photographic effort.
So when we're looking at this house, I'm going to put up Exhibit 15. Can you describe for us this wall here? Sort of, can you go all the way around that?
So that wall with the mirror itself is blocking where the kitchen is. There's an entrance to the kitchen to the right of that wall. And again, you could get to the kitchen through the left opening as well, but I think there's also like a family room by that area.
Okay. But it's open. One could walk through either of these ways and come around back out the opposite door?
Yes.
Okay. So Exhibit 16, we see Charles as he lay when fire has left him at this point.
Correct.
So the items we see on him, we've heard of them cutting his shirt and things like that. This is you documenting how he was when you started to come into the scene,
Correct.
after fire's already treated him and determined he was deceased.
Yes.
Over here, we start to see an area. What is right over there?
So just past that most southern index card is a hallway that extends to a bathroom and I believe at least 2 bedrooms.
Looking sort of to the north, what is this hallway here?
So now we're just looking north past the entryway. You can see the hat in the right part of the image there, and that would lead up to the master bedroom garage.
When you are looking at a scene like this, where you have a shooter, are you wanting to document all the different views of the items and the victim where they lay in the scene?
Yes, it's important to establish where things were at when we found them.
Okay. Now, are you able to tell us, for instance, if a casing rolled or a bullet rolled as fire is there or initial officers coming through? Yourself?
Having not been present to see it, I would not be able to tell you if any item happened to have been manipulated.
Does 19 show us part of that hallway that we're talking about to the bedrooms?
Yes, it does.
And then right next to it, would that be the sort of doorway into the kitchen?
Correct. That's past this mirror on the left would be where the wall rounds a little bit and leads to the kitchen.
So Exhibit 21 here, we see this hat. Why, and 22 that you marked as number 1, why do you collect something like that?
The indications to me, initial assessment, was that there was some kind of a struggle that took place, and it was unknown at the time who the hat belonged to, so it was decided that this could be important.
Are you given more than one chance to go through a house and try to collect evidence, or is it sort of a one-time shot?
Usually it's a one-time shot.
So if you aren't sure if something is relevant, do you collect it?
Yes,
So that later, if you determine it is, you have it?
correct.
And if you determine it's not, then no harm, no foul?
Well, I don't know about no foul, but yeah,
So in this case, did you know whose hat that was?
I did not.
I'm going to put up 15 first. In the diagram, we had seen a number over in this area. What was that?
The item should be marking a baseboard, and there is a bullet strike in the baseboard.
All right, I'm putting up 23 here, and then I'm going to put up 24. What are we looking at here?
So what you're looking at is the actual bullet strike where it peeled away a portion of the baseboard, but remained embedded in the baseboard.
So I'm going to put up, as we kind of go closer, 24, 25, 26. Did you eventually show in 27 that you guys pulled back some of that board to get to show what was embedded in there?
Correct. And at some point, we were needing to recover that projectile.
Okay. And so in 28, does this reflect, now you've kind of photographed what it looked like when you first saw it, and then as you peeled it back, and the actual bullet or projectile that was removed from there?
Correct.
All right. And 29, show that bullet from a different angle?
Yes.
When you were looking at this, and I'm going to put 30 and 31, was there actually some sort of white paint transfer on part of that?
There's a little bit of transfer of material to the nose of the bullet, yes.
I can have my critical approach with 243 and 245, or, sorry, 243 and 235. Detective, do you recognize what those are?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
This would be the section of baseboard that we removed from the wall, as well as the projectile that we had removed from the baseboard.
Okay, I'm going to put up 34 here. So that shows sort of after you pulled out that section of that baseboard.
Yes, after it was cut out.
And then it's the projectile that you recovered in there? From that location, the other exhibit?
The other exhibit is the projectile that was recovered from there, yes.
State will move to admit 243 and 235.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
You said 243 and 245?
35.
Oh.
243 and 235.
It's ordered to make 243 and 235.
If I can have my paralegal to retrieve that. So, put up, to give us again a different perspective, 17 here. We've talked about, as you're kind of working your way down, you told us you started with the hat, then you went over to the baseboard, and then you went back to the west wall.
Yes.
And so we see in this photograph, Exhibit 17, what you have marked as item 3. What was that?
That was the baseball bat?
And you show Exhibit 35. Is that a closer up of that bat?
Yes, it is.
Were photographs taken of the sort of edge of the bat itself?
The fat edge, I guess?
The fat edge.
Sure, I
It's
don't
called a
know
bat.
nomenclature of the bat, so yeah,
Not the handle. How's that?
yes.
When you were looking at this, were you looking for any blood? And I'm going to put up 37, 38, 39, or any biological material.
We were looking for visible evidence, yes.
Did you observe any yourself?
I did not.
Did the edge look pristine and clean to you, visibly?
Visibly, I did not see any sort of biological evidence on it.
Did you note any biological evidence anywhere on that was visible to you?
I did not.
Do you recognize what 249 is?
Yes, I do.
And is that the bat that we have seen in these photos marked as item number 2? We see here in Exhibit 35.
Yes.
State will move to admit 249, Your Honor.
Any objection? 248, 249 are admitted.
So that was item number 3. I'm going to put up Exhibit 40. Do we see a placard there for number 4?
Yes.
And what was item number 4? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 42 here.
It is a full metal jacket projectile.
Ooh, full metal jacket.
And in 43,
What?
does that show a different angle of that projectile?
Yes.
So this projectile was recovered to the east, maybe northeast of Charles Vallow.
Yes.
Let's see.
And was there any visible damage to this projectile?
There was some deformation to the projectile.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 239.
Did they actually get off? I think they're 2 hours. Let me see.
Do you recognize 239?
Yes, I do.
And what is 239?
This would be what's identified in the picture as item number 4, the projectile that was found close to the body.
State will move to admit 239.
Objection?
No objection.
239 is admitted.
When you are photographing the scene, are you, again, we know this is after fire has been there.
Yes.
Were you present when fire was there?
I believe their engine was still there when I arrived on scene, but they were not inside.
So were you present when they were working on Mr. Vallow in home?
No,
So do you know whether or not they had moved this projectile at all?
I do not.
When you were looking at Mr. Vallow himself, I'm going to put up 41, did you notice something on his left hand?
On the left hand, yes.
What did you notice on his left hand?
Substance consistent with apparent blood.
When you were looking at Mr. Vallow, did you note any other blood on his left arm?
I did not see any.
And when you are looking at Mr. Vallow, are you looking at the rest of his body to see if you noted any blood on his right arm?
Correct. I did not see any on the right arm. I did not manipulate the body until the medical examiner showed up.
So visibly, as he's laid there in
Over
that
8 hour
supine
time?
position on the back with his arms out, what you were able to see, did you see any other blood like we observed on his left hand anywhere else?
On his chest, there was a little bit of blood, but on his extremities, I did not see any.
And so when we talk about his chest, is this the blood that we see here, sort of?
Above and below the pads.
Did the blood to Mr. Vallow's left hand stand out to you in any way?
Yes, it was interesting that it's just on that one particular part, but it's not completely surprising.
Was there any blood on the floor around where his hand was?
No.
So although we've heard of
Placed evidence?
blood pooling underneath him, there was no blood around his hand as it lay there.
Correct.
So going back again to Exhibit 17,
Did
we
they
now talked about
fabricate?
1, 2, 3, and 4, correct? Do we see a
Yes.
placard number 5 there?
Yes.
What was placard number 5? And I'm going to put up Exhibit 45 now.
There's a shell casing.
And I'm going to put up 46 to be closer of it. And 47. Were you able to determine what caliber that was?
Yes, it belonged to a .45 automatic pistol.
Okay. Now, as a police officer, do you have a semi-automatic pistol yourself?
At least one.
Okay. And I guess as a reserve officer, do you still have some?
I'm not a reserve officer. I'm just retired. But yes, I still possess firearms.
All right. So in terms of a semi-automatic handgun and seeing this type of casing, can you tell us when you fire a gun, where does this come from? What is that?
So in this particular image, we are looking at what's commonly called a head stamp. That's going to be the opposite end of where the actual projectile would be inserted into the casing. The circular ring that you see in the head stamp there is actually what's called the primer, and that's what the firing pin hits to initiate the primer charge, which ignites the powder and then sends the projectile through the barrel.
So if I put up 48 here, we have a projectile that goes through the barrel. What is this item here? It's casing.
So this is what's left of the cartridge. So it's the casing. This is what holds the powder charge, it holds the primer, and it holds the projectile all in one unit until it's initiated with the firing pin striking the primer. After the charge starts the projectile down the barrel, then the most semi-automatic weapons will actually, the slide will start moving back to the rear, and there's a piece of the slide called an extractor that goes around that back rim of the projectile there, around the head stamp, and it pulls it backwards out of the chamber. And then it completes the cycle going all the way to the rear where it hits what's called an ejector, and that kicks the casing out of the gun and readies it to go forward, stripping a new cartridge off the magazine, if there is one, and loading that into the chamber ready for the next shot.
So when you fire the gun, projectile goes out the barrel and this casing gets kicked out.
Correct.
So I'm going to go back again to Exhibit 17 where we see 5. And I'm going to put up Exhibit 49. To the south of 5 here, did you find another casing?
Yes.
Is that what we see in Exhibit 49 and 50 as placard 6?
Yes, it is.
So were those located in the generally in the same location?
Fairly close to each other.
When a casing is ejected from a gun, do they just plop down and stay right where they landed?
No, there are many different types of firearms out there, so the casings can eject in different directions. Some will, or most will eject out to the right. Some will go farther back towards the right. Some will go forward. Some will go center. Some actually kick higher up in the middle. It really depends on the manufacturer, the process, how the person's holding the firearm. So there are a lot of things about it, but there's usually sufficient energy designed in it so that it kicks the casing out so it doesn't interfere with the feeding of the next cartridge.
In your experience firing guns, can casings bounce or roll or move after they are ejected?
Yes.
Item that we see is number 6 and number 50 there. What caliber casing was that?
It's a little blurry.
Do you recall if it was the same 45 caliber as the other one?
They were both .45 caliber.
I can have a approach with 2 238 and 240. Do you recognize 238 and 240?
Yes.
Gotcha, FFS.
These are the casings recovered from the main room where the body was.
What we saw as 5 and 6 in the exhibits.
That's correct.
State will move to admit 238 and 240.
Any objection to 248 and 240?
Oh, wow.
248 and 240 are
Be
admitted.
saved.
38 and 240.
Oh, I'm sorry, 238 and 240? Okay, they're admitted.
Now, do the police
He probably got
move
liquor
the
in
body
that cup. He brought his own
processing
cup.
scene? Do you go around and move Mr. Vallow around?
No,
Do you have to wait for someone from the medical examiner's office to come do that?
that is correct.
Sort of the body is their responsibility?
Yes,
Are you present while they're doing that?
absolutely.
And are you looking for any other evidence that may be on, around, underneath Mr. Vallow?
Correct.
In this case, did the medical examiner's office come and remove Mr. Vallow's remains?
Yes, they did.
Once his remains were removed, did you document by photographing, we see here in 53, the blood that was left behind?
Yes, typically we would call this the void image to show what it looked like after the body has been removed.
Now, is the blood been moved somewhat by the body itself being moved?
Correct. Part of the process is the medical examiner's investigator will manipulate the body by rolling it from one side or the other to get a good look at the side that's not visible with how it was laying. And then they'll work on manipulating the body into the bag for transport.
So looking at the void or the blood pool that we see here, has it been altered
Something about
somewhat
that
from
word
what we saw or
manipulate.
observed while Mr. Vallow's body was there due to the movement of his remains?
That would be safe to say, yes.
Okay. Did you and other officers clean up that blood pool?
Yes.
And in doing so, did you observe anything on the
Ooh,
floor?
they showed it.
Yes. Underneath, well, once the blood was cleared off, we could actually see a defect in the wooden floor that was consistent with the projectile strike.
All right, I put up Exhibit 56. There's a placard number 13 there.
So he basically
that
shot him when he was
Far away, so we can
pow,
see
pow,
the
when he was on the
location of where that
ground.
is in perspective to the room.
Yes.
No
Having
furniture.
seen
Look at all
Mr. Vallow's
the
remains
mirrors.
in the room and then having them removed, were you able to determine approximately where this defect that we see marked as 13 was located in relation to Mr. Vallow's body?
Yes, it would have been consistent with being under his left shoulder.
Did you take closer up photos of that defect?
Yes.
Let me put up 59 that shows that placard. Is this what you were talking about?
That is correct.
How did you, well, let me ask you this. Did you look at the rest of the floor to see if there were anything else that looked like that?
Yes, that was consideration, so we did look at the rest of the floor.
So you went through that whole room to see if you found any similar type of defects on it?
Correct.
Did you?
No.
So this was the only one that looked like that?
Yes.
And I'm going to put up 58. So we see other defects in the ground. What made this different?
The size of it, the directionality, the fact that it was directly underneath the shoulder where we observed an exit wound, and the fact that there was a projectile found on the floor in proximity to this defect.
Was it, let me ask you this. As a person who has processed crime
Yep,
scenes,
drive
fire
safe,
themselves, did it
FFS.
appear to you consistent with a
So
bullet strike?
basically,
did.
he was shot
and
when he was
what were
on
you
the
basing that on?
ground.
The way the
Somehow?
indentation is and how it tapers up
Yep.
coming away from
That's what
the
it
body in the same
sounds
direction
like.
that the projectile was located.
Did you and other detectives remove that piece of wood?
Yes, with great pain, yes.
All right, putting up Exhibit 60. Is that to show the piece removed and Exhibit 61 to show the actual piece?
Correct.
And did you write on it so that you would be able to later look at that piece and know how that fit into the puzzle?
Yes, it was important to make sure to establish directionality on that piece.
Checking out my parallel approach with 240. Parallel approach with 244. Do you recognize 244?
I do.
And is that the actual piece of floor that was removed from 5531 South Fork Peaks Place?
Yes.
State will move to admit 244.
Any objection? 244 is admitted.
And is that what then we see here in Exhibit 61?
It is.
Obviously, this is inside plastic, but this is the piece you're talking about.
Correct.
Hold on, I know what's going on.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the rest of the house, and then eventually I'm going to come back to this. You told us that...
Would now be a good time to take our
Sure.
afternoon recess?
Yes.
Since we're close to 3, why don't we take our afternoon recess, stretch break, etc. Please remember the admonition. We'll resume in about 15 minutes.
Okay, we are on a break. All rise for the jury. Remember the ammunition. We're going on a short break. Hold on. I don't even think that Nate got to go outside today, but let's see where they at, y'all. All rise for the jury. Are they still on a break? Are we caught up? Yeah, I think we caught up. We are all caught up, Hunties. They on a break still. So we'll leave that on. They're on a break. Let me switch this while I can. They got a sister working. Look, this streaming. It's crazy. They got a sister working today for this Lori Vallow stream. What the heck? So they don't close to, I mean, they stop at 8 o'clock their time, but they kind of start at, shout out to the people over there on X, formerly known as Twitter. Y'all be holding it down over there. I wish y'all come on over here and hit the like button. Y'all could go right on back over there on the X. Because I don't want to, I'm not one of those people, the content creators that they be, shut the water off. Because it counts on Twitter, but it don't count on the YouTube. Y'all can just click on over here real fast. Hit the like button. Just it's a free way to support the channel. I'm a YouTuber, but y'all, they some people be watching me. I'll be like, really? I'm just a small YouTuber. I'm not even streaming right about now because of the family emergency. You really gonna do me like that? Okay. You know what I want to do that like that. Hold on, y'all got me. I better cover right. I'm trying to fix it before I thought this was on an off. Shoot. See, I gotta bring the camera down. No, it shouldn't have. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to adjust. Oh, yeah. That was right. Girl. All right. Is it already? Yes, it is already. All right. So, yeah. So, they are on a small break. Oops. Lord, don't do that one right there. Lord, help if I don't. All right. They're on a short break. So, they'll come back to this wonderful witness that got 40 hours of training and he's a sniper. Yeah. He's a sniper, y'all. Lori Vallow is a mess. Now, what is the deal, y'all? What is the deal with the empty living room, no furniture, mirrors all around the wall? Can you say creepy? That's what I say. That's kind of creepy. So she said they had 2 houses. Lori, you and Chad, not Charles, Chad. Y'all creeps for that. Yeah, Chad and your brother Alex. So Alex is on the thumbnail, y'all. That man with the big head. That's Alex. I'm gonna have to get Charles on the thumbnail tomorrow. But if they start at 2, I'm probably gonna go to I'll probably do a live. Go to my mother's for the top of the morning, and then I will come and stream. But that is so weird. That is weird that there's no furniture in the living room and all those mirrors. And yeah. And you done set this man up. Because that's what happened, y'all. She set Charles up. Ain't no questions, no doubt about it. You set poor Charles up. And now that man is unalive and your children. I just don't get it. I don't get it how people can be so evil for no reason. You know, it doesn't take all that. Those are kids. Those were kids, and that was somebody's uncle, somebody's brother, somebody's son, somebody's father. Like, what was this, her fourth or fifth marriage? One of them. So if they all the rest of them ended in divorce, why you just don't get a daggone divorce? You know? Oh, I guess because you was a part of the Latter-day Saints. So once again, religion. But you got divorced how many times before this? So, all right, they back, y'all. We was right on time, so we cut out that rest of that break. Let me bring them back on the stage. Let's bring them back front and center. Where's the volume, Judge? Y'all on mute. Chill. Daniel Coons. Y'all on mute. Judge, y'all on mute. When somebody gonna tell them that they on mute? Look around, everybody on mute. Could y'all tell them that we can't hear? Oh wait, is it them or is it me? No, it's not me. It's them. There is absolutely no sound. Y'all, could y'all put a 1 in the chat if y'all can hear me? Because it's not me. It's not the system. It's no, and so it's not on mute on this end. Court TV, what's going on? Let me see if Law Crime is having the same issue and it's just a court.
Do you note?
Oh, there they go. They turned it up.
So there was again another
me.
bag, and more specifically, there was a pistol that was laying on the floor.
We'll start with 72 here. Was that just like a garbage bag with some clothes in it?
Yes.
So of more relevance to you was what was next to it?
Correct.
What did you find there? What is this orange thing there? And we see a whole lot of placard numbers.
Right. So the placard numbers are obviously identifying particular items that are going to be seized as evidence. That we have the orange bag with what appears to be a gun box inside, and then we have the pistol. And the 3 placards next to the pistol are specific for the pistol itself, the magazine from the pistol, and potentially the chambered round in the pistol.
Okay.
Now
So,
Lori Vallow had a
74,
bed on the
is that
ground, on the
close-up
floor.
of that pistol?
It is?
What kind of pistol was that?
Miss 5,000.
Pardon?
What caliber was it?
It's a 45.
Is that the same caliber as the casings that you had found in the front room next to Charles?
Yes.
Does this show another angle of that pistol in 75?
Yes, looking at the top of the pistol.
When the pistol, as we see, is picked up in 76, the individual's wearing gloves. Why is that?
Again, to help preserve the evidence, in the event that DNA were to need to be done, we could articulate that we did not touch it with our bare hands to impart our DNA onto it.
Are you visually looking at this gun to see, and this is 77, if there is any visible biological evidence, blood on this gun?
Yes, we do look at them to help determine that.
And did you observe any biological evidence, any blood or what appeared to be blood on this handgun?
No, ma'am.
If you had observed that, would you have noted it and photographed it and documented it?
Yes.
Now, when you got this gun, was it loaded?
Yes.
And in 78 and 79, is that photographs of the magazine in the gun?
Correct.
So when we talk about the magazine, I'm going to go back to showing Exhibit 76. Where is that in this picture?
So you can see the base of the magazine at the bottom of the grip, close to what would be the individual's left
And it was
thumb.
loaded?
There's that black piece of plastic that extends horizontally across the
And raised
base
up
of the grip.
and loaded the
So
gun?
that's the magazine
The
that
cowbell?
you then took out that we see in 79.
Correct.
I cannot.
And why is the magazine removed?
Well, we have to make the weapon safe, and that's the first step in making it safe, is to remove any more source of ammunition that could feed into it.
Was there a cartridge or a live round in the chamber?
Yes.
So how do you make that safe then?
Well, the only way you can is
Ejected.
to manipulate the slide to force the extractor to pull the cartridge out, and the ejector kicks the cartridge out.
Yes, baby.
Also in this photo, there was this
So the
orange
gun,
bag.
the pow
You
was
have told
loaded.
us that inside of it, we can kind of
Oh
see
Lord,
the
y'all
part
didn't
here.
think that through.
We see it better in 82.
Dumb, dumb,
Did
and
you
dumb,
remove
dumb,
an item
dumb,
from
dumb,
that
and
orange
dumber.
bag?
Yes.
And I'm going to show 83, 84. What is that we see there?
That is a gun box that is
So
consistent
Lori,
with
can
the
you tell us where
firearm that was
is
laying
it
on the
hot
floor.
where Alex
Is that
Alex
consistent
went,
with
or
that 45 caliber handgun?
or what?
Correct.
And that was inside this orange bag. Was there any live rounds? And I'm going to show you Exhibit 85, also
Lord,
in that
not
orange
the
bag.
huggies.
Yes.
And a closer up of that, was that another 45 caliber round?
It is.
And so when we say it was live, it hadn't been fired yet.
Yeah, cartridge has not been fired.
It was dumb.
We start then by having my paralegal can take up exhibits 237 or 246. You can approach them with 237 and 246. Do you recognize 237 and 246?
Yes.
And is that the gun and the magazine that we see here in Exhibit 76?
It is.
The gun that was found in that pink room?
Correct.
Okay, we'll move to 237 and 246.
Any objection?
Is Mr. Coons saying that he didn't take those, but he recognizes them from being in evidence? Is that correct?
I think he testified he recognizes them to be the same items from the scene.
No objection.
237 and
246.
237 and 246 are admitted.
Now I have my paralegal approach with 247 248 and 236. Sorry. Do you recognize 247, 248, and 236?
Yes, I do.
And are those what we saw in Exhibit 83, the gun case, as well as in 73, the orange bag that the gun case was in, and what we see in 85, the single live round that was found inside that bag?
Correct.
State will move to admit 247, 248, and 236.
Any objection?
Just a foundation, Your Honor. If he could give a serial number or something that could authenticate those.
What, Biatch?
Well, he testified that those were the items that he recovered from the scene, so I guess you can question him about that on cross. Give me the numbers again.
247, 248.
Biatch! What you talking about?
Those items are admitted.
How she gonna be able to tell whether it's the serial number? If they give you the serial number, how you gonna tell, Biatch? Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show you, as you continued sort of in this hallway, Exhibit 88.
Let me tell
Do
you.
you, can you put us into perspective of where that is? I'm going to put 19 sort of back up. Where is, what we see, this room with the blue on it, Exhibit 88?
So those two doorways would be on the south side of the hallway that leads up to the pink or maroon room. Specifically, the blue one would be the most southwestern bedroom of the home, and then the other doorway is to the hall bathroom.
Okay. So again, did you go into room, this blue room, and look for any potential items of evidence?
Yes.
So in the room with the sort of child themes on it, did you find anything bloody in there?
No, ma'am.
Any ammunition in there?
No.
In the pink room, we saw the gun.
You
Did you
sound like
see
one
any,
people, I'm telling
did
you.
you look in the floor of that room to see if there was any blood drops in the pink room?
Yes.
So I'm going to go back 1 second to 87. So on this floor and the bed and around here, did you notice any blood in that room?
No.
No blood
Bleeding?
across a wall?
No.
No blood on that orange case?
The orange bag?
Correct.
No.
No blood on the black case for the gun?
No.
Or the extra magazines that were in there, any blood on those?
No. None seen.
Okay. So then in the blue room, did you do the same sort of thing? Look to see if there was any bloody clothing, any blood swipes, any blood drops, that sort of thing in there?
Correct. No items of bloody anything was discovered in there.
Okay. And nothing on the floor either?
Correct.
Can we go to 92? You said that was the hall bathroom next to it?
Yes.
Do we see that in 93 and 94 here?
Yes.
Did you look in everything, like even the sinks, to see if you saw blood there?
Yes.
Along the countertop to see if you saw blood there?
Correct.
Did you note any bloody items that was anywhere in that bathroom?
I did not.
When you were walking down that hallway to those rooms, did you look on the floor there to see if there were any blood drops or blood trails or swipes of blood on the wall?
Yes.
Did you observe any there?
No.
So 98 here, can you put us in perspective of what we're seeing?
So this would be towards the feet of the body, where the kind of the hall splits to the kitchen and then to the bedrooms that we were just discussing.
Okay. 99, is this like a lanyard that was hanging on the wall there?
Yes.
So wasn't knocked off or anything?
No, it's where we found it.
And as you go through 99 there, is that how you entered, one of the ways you could enter into the kitchen?
Correct.
And is this sort of a view of that?
Yes.
So in the kitchen, did you look on the floor there to see if there were any blood drops?
Yes.
Along the cabinets to see if there were blood drops there?
Yes.
When you got to the sink, I'm going to put exhibit 103 and then 104. Did you observe a small amount of what appeared to be blood on the faucet itself?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Did you look sort of as well in the sink itself to see if there was any blood there?
Yes.
Did you observe any there?
Did not see any visible blood.
Now, when you're going through the house and looking to see if you note any bloody items or any other items of evidence, are you looking in things like trash cans?
Yes.
So was this a trash can in the kitchen, for instance?
Yes.
And did you note any bloody rags or towels or anything thrown in there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You said that there was also sort of a living area in there.
Correct.
I'm going to put up exhibit 112 to get a better perspective of that. So is this the doorway we were talking about?
Yes.
And so the kitchen here opens up into the living room.
Correct.
Did you look through that area to see if you saw any blood on the floors?
Yes.
Did you observe any?
No.
Did you look through that area to see if there was any blood on any of the furniture or walls or anything like that?
Yes.
Did you observe any of that?
No.
In exhibit 111, where does this doorway lead?
That leads back out to the mirrored room, the main room where the body is.
So when we were talking about the two doorways, one sort of directly into the kitchen and the other sort of more towards the end of the kitchen living area?
Yes.
This is what you were talking about.
Correct.
And in exhibit 113, can we see sort of both of those doorways?
Yes.
Okay. And 114, overall perspective of that?
Another perspective of it, yes.
So throughout this whole area, again, you're looking for anything that might be relevant.
He's like, who hired this chick?
Documented,
At
correct?
Correct.
What she hired before I left?
When we talk about 115 and we talked about the original layout of the house, is this that front entrance area again?
Yes, it is.
And where are we looking in this perspective?
So you were looking in a north direction.
Where does that head towards?
It heads towards the garage, the master bedroom, and I believe a room that could double as an office.
Okay. So when we go along this wall here that we see in 115, 116, 117, is this the sort of what we would call office or playroom?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look through there, see anything bloody in there?
We looked and found nothing.
Was there a powder room in this area?
Yes,
And did you search that as well?
it was.
And again, you're looking in sinks and in trash cans?
Correct.
And did you observe in 121, 122, the trash can and toilet and sink, any bloody items there?
No,
Was there a laundry room in this area?
there was.
And I'm putting up 123 and 124. Did you look through the laundry area to see if you saw any bloody items in here?
It was looked through, yes.
So although there's some clothing and some folded towels, none of those had blood evidence on them.
Nothing that stood out with blood evidence, no.
And then again, even looking in the trash cans that we see in 126 and 127,
Correct.
are we now heading into the master bedroom?
Yes,
129, was there sort of an office setup in there as well, 130?
correct.
And are you, again, looking through the floor, looking everywhere for any items of evidence?
Correct. Anything to indicate that what happened in the other room transferred into this?
Okay. Or any cleanup from after it?
Correct.
As you went through this, did you do the same sort of thing, looking through the floor and walls, 132, 133, for any blood evidence?
Correct.
Did you observe any in the bedroom?
No.
Do you go into the master bathroom and check there as well?
Yes.
So 134, 135. Did you observe any evidence, blood evidence in the master bathroom?
It did not.
And again, checking even the toilet itself as well as the trash can
Yes.
that we see in 137 and 138. So other than the one drop or whatever smear of blood on the kitchen faucet, did you see any other blood evidence at the scene?
No.
Let me put that in a different way, other than what was around Charles's remains.
Correct. No trails, no swipes, nothing that other than the sink faucet in the kitchen and the area where the body was.
Okay. So you told us that you cleaned up the blood there and you saw that defect in the ground that was consistent, or in the flooring, that was consistent with a bullet strike, correct?
Correct.
When you were looking at this scene, actually I'm going to start with 15, did you note injuries to Charles Vallow himself?
Yes.
On the front of him, where did you note the gunshot wounds to him?
Immediately before the medical examiner arrived, the only visible gunshot wound was in the lower left abdomen area.
Did you learn one it was in the chest underneath some of the medical debris?
Yes.
When you are looking at this scene, are you able to utilize part of your shooting reconstruction training to try to determine any type of trajectory, or if anything is consistent with trajectory based upon the scene itself, items that you are able to view there?
I do try to apply my knowledge of that to the scenes as I go to them and go through them, and with whatever evidence or information comes directly back to me.
Are you relying on, for instance, the location of Mr. Vallow?
That's part of it.
Are you relying on the location of the casings?
That's another part of it. Not a major part, but it is another part.
Are you relying on the location of the projectiles?
Yes.
When the medical examiner came, were you also able to see exit wounds on Mr. Vallow?
Yes, in conjunction with also the chest wound.
Okay. So when the medical examiner came, you saw a second injury to the front side of him.
Correct.
Where was that approximately?
In the sternum.
So for us, somewhere in...
About the center, maybe roughly the center of the chest.
Okay. So and the other one you said was in the abdomen.
Yes.
When the medical examiner was there, where did you observe other gunshot wounds on his back?
I observed another one that would have been just to the left of the spine, and then another one that would have been by the left shoulder blade scapula area.
Okay. Now, given the number of casings, did you start with an idea that there might be 2 shots?
Yes,
Given the number of wounds on Mr. Vallow, did that appear consistent with that theory?
very much so.
So 2 entrances, 2 exits?
Yes.
When you saw the projectile that you recovered, that we see in Exhibit 20, on the side over here, that entered into that baseboard, given the injuries to Mr. Vallow and the projectiles and the location of this, were you able to determine any consistencies of where the shooter may have been when that occurred?
Approximate location, yes.
And how did you do that?
Based on the wounds to Mr. Vallow, the location of where the projectile had ended up, and where the casings were, the working theory at that point was that the firearm ejected the casings to the right, striking the wall where that has the curve there, and bounced back towards the west wall. The projectile would have continued on a relatively straight path and embedded itself in the baseboard at the other end of the room.
So would that have put the shooter somewhere in this area?
Yes.
And so that to you seemed consistent with one of the shots having gone through him and ended up what we see in Exhibit 20 over here in the baseboard, Mr. Vallow being somewhere over in this area.
Correct.
Okay. Given the information that you obtained, let me ask you this. Given the information that you saw at the scene there, again, with the casings, the injuries to Mr. Vallow, both to the abdomen and the shoulder, and then after you cleaned up the blood, the damage to the floor underneath the location of his left shoulder, were you able at that point to start, have any concept or have an idea of what would be consistent with where the shooter may have been and where Mr. Vallow may have been for that shot?
Yes.
What did you base that on?
Again, a lot of the factors that have been discussed, the location of the projectile item number 4, the defect in the floor that was underneath him, the location of the second casing. It was all consistent with the shooter having been at the feet, not necessarily right upon the feet of Mr. Vallow, but in that direction, close enough so that the projectile could, again, bounce off that wall and land on the west wall.
The projectile or the?
Or the casing, sorry.
When you were looking at this scene, I'm going to put 56 up. Obviously, there's no exact, I'm going to move Mr. Vallow this way just to kind of be looking the same direction. Did this defect appear to be in the area of Mr. Vallow's shoulder?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Vallow had been rolled a couple times by the time you cleaned that scene up.
Yes.
So you didn't like stick a rod through him there and see if that worked?
No, that would be inappropriate.
Are you even allowed to do that?
No.
Does a medical examiner frown on that?
Yes, the body is theirs by law.
So you're basically able to look at where he was located and say that that is consistent with being underneath his left shoulder.
Yes, and we did take measurements of the body before it was moved.
All right. So when you measured where the body was and then you cleaned up that blood and measured where that projectile divot was that consistent with where his left shoulder was?
Yes.
Given that information that you had at that time, were you able to draw any conclusions as to whether or not the evidence was consistent with Charles Vallow being laying on the ground when he was shot?
Very much so in the position that you see him. He was, the second shot that entered the abdomen would have been where he was lying.
Did you attend the autopsy itself?
I did.
And when you were at the, can you tell us what it means when you attend an autopsy as a detective?
So as a detective, we go to the medical examiner on the date that they're going to do the autopsy. There is the autopsy suite itself where the doctors and technicians work with the bodies. Observers will be outside of that suite, but able to communicate with the staff. There's a window where we can see everything that's going on. And like I said, we can communicate either by a phone that's on the wall or they'll come around and talk with us. We have the ability to observe everything that transpires. There's even a camera overhead that we can manipulate to get a different view. Say the feet are towards us, we can get the camera to look at when they're working on the head or something like that.
When you were at the medical examiner's office as they were performing the autopsy, did you learn additional evidence that helped support your opinion as to whether or not Mr. Vallow was laying on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen and the bullet exited his left shoulder?
Yes.
What was that additional evidence that you considered when reaching this opinion?
Well, I had asked for specific things for the doctor to include in the examination that would help me with rendering that information. One of them was to measure the location of the bullet strikes on the body, both the entry and the exits. And then I also asked for the use of trajectory rods, if it was available, to help demonstrate the angles of the shots so that I could visibly see everything. They have the unique experience of being able to see the actual damage to the organs as it's passing through. It's not all super clear for me for that part, so the trajectory rods help out a lot.
Having observed the location of the injuries, that measurement, the trajectory rods, did that further support or go against your opinion that Charles Vallow was laying on the ground when he was shot in the abdomen?
It further supported it.
That's what I got. And he just said it, but that's what I got from it. He was on the ground.
In your opinion, then, can you list all the factors that you rely upon to determine that, or to reach your opinion that Charles Vallow was laying on the floor when he was shot in the abdomen and the shot exited his left shoulder?
The consistencies of a lot of the evidence that I had personally seen. The trajectory rods helped establish that alone, where it shows
That's not me, y'all.
the
That's
entry
the
into the lower
camera.
left abdomen and then the exit out through the left shoulder blade area. The divot in the floor that was located underneath the body, the projectile that had expended the rest of its energy coming from underneath the body and coming to rest close to the body. There was a lack of stippling that was visible, meaning unburned powder or gunshot residue actually on the skin or clothing that we could identify. So that gave us the fact that the shooter was a bit of a ways away from the body, but the body was firmly on the floor at the time of the shot. There's just no way for the impact on the floor and the exit of the body to articulate anything else with that angle.
So he shot from a distance.
After you,
Could Lori have
let me
shot?
ask you this. Do you recall how long you were at the scene that day?
I got there about 9 or a little after.
For always
I
and
think
forever.
we
Hold
left
on, y'all. Look at Allie.
sometime between
My Allie,
6
let's stop the show for 1 minute. Break it up. Shout out to Allie for gifting a membership for always. Because you for always over here supporting too. Please thank Allie for gifting you the membership and add her. Because we all are, we're already all family, y'all. And if you're not subbed up to Cat Not Williams, go over there and sub up to Cat Not Williams, and also Flush of the Gods right here on the YouTube. I have another one of my favorite content creators. I'm just Happily Angry Lawyer is here, and also I love for the Sarah Boone content. I think she's doing something on this today. I just know how to find. I think it's 2K with 2 cents with 2K. However it goes, she got the natural curly hair. I've been watching her for a minute, and I love her Sierra Boone commentary. So I do follow her and watch her, like especially when nothing else is on. The channels that I watch primarily first, and then I have my backup channels to watch. But I haven't been watching much lately, but still, sub up to Cat Not Williams. Make sure you're going over there and subbing up to Flesh of the Gods. And I think it's Tanika 2 cents. Or I have to find out because she covers a lot of the Sarah Boone trial. I mean, goes in depth everything, like digging in there and finding out stuff. So shout out to her too. I do watch her for Sarah Boone's content, at least. Thank you so much, Allie. Y'all show Allie some love. Let me play the donation video, and y'all drop some Survivor Bucks or Survivor Bucks if you're here in the chat. Yep, you over there on Twitter. Y'all don't have access to this. That's why I said come over here and sub to the channel. And so thank you, Allie, for always supporting this the channel. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna get right back to the video. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the super chat or membership. I love you all. So in Survivor we trash. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Y'all notice that song. I'm not a singer. me. All right. Shout out and always, you're always part of the family already. And if you're here and didn't hit the like button for the free 99, please show your love to the channel as a free way to support the channel by hitting that like button. If you're not subscribed yet, please hit that subscribe button. We're on the road to 4K. We are creeping up slowly, but surely. So I appreciate everyone that subscribed to the channel. Even people that have watched the videos. Some people have. I noticed that some of the videos have. People have watched the Naziah Harris videos. Adding to the count, the video count was already high. As it relates to Naziah Harris, I just, maybe it's not I need to change. I don't know. I'm not going to just report just to be reporting on her, but we will be covering the trial over here of Naziah Harris for sure. And thank you so much. We're going to get right back into this video. I think tomorrow they're starting at 2, I hope, because they don't finish till 8 because it's Pacific Standard Time. And it's actually 3 hours behind. We started actually a little early. I chalk that up to the game. But thank you so much, Allie, for always supporting the channel. And you guys make sure. So we had hit a milestone. I just normally don't post those things. I think we have up to 2 for the channel as a whole. Let me make sure I got this right. I think we hit it. I'm a small channel. It is big to me. I like we hit 250K views. So shout out to us for that. So we have new people that come over and, like I said, watch the videos, and then they just start watching videos, and I appreciate them. I wish, and some of them have joined because our sub count has went up. So we are right there, still on the road to 4K. So hit the subscribe button, y'all. Let's go. Let's get into this. This is crazy. They done. Could Lori Daybell have Pow the husband, the ex-husband? because they was kind of, it was done from a distance. The one that you could tell, but he was laying and went through his abdomen, and it's crazy how they're he's testifying that it went through the shoulder. Lori Daybell had so many opportunities to object because the prosecutor is testifying actually, and he's just sitting there like, yep, yes, yep, yes. Every now and then he'll add a little more, but she's testifying. So Lori Daybell, when they said get a professional to do what a professional does, I'm not a lawyer. I that was one of the first things that I wanted. I wanted to be a lawyer. That was what, like, you asked me. First, I wanted to be a teacher. Then I wanted to be a lawyer. But this is like, you're just sitting there, no objection, no nothing. The judge is not going to step in and say objection for you. You are a pro se and or pro per. You're saying attorney, because that's what it is. And you had so many opportunities during the majority of his testimony to say, hey, objection, he is testifying. The prosecutor is testifying. The prosecutor's not supposed to ask leading questions. The defendant can ask leading questions. The prosecution cannot ask leading questions. She's leading him like I ain't gonna say that. All right, back to the video. Yeah, I know sometimes I'll be like, wait, stop yourself. Save yourself, girl, save yourself. Okay, here we go. I'm sleepy, y'all.
1600 and 1630.
What's that in?
4 to 4:30 in the afternoon.
Did that sort of end your involvement in processing this whole scene?
Yeah.
The Four Peaks scene, yes.
You just gave us a signal.
And the state has no other questions for this witness.
Ow, she don't have no more. See her represent herself in voice.
Cross-examination.
Can I have a few minutes to defer with my advisory
No.
counsel?
Yeah, briefly.
No. Your Honor, She is, you don't need no help, girl. Okay, yeah, Allie. See, her representing herself is going to lead to a doomsday verdict for her, for sure. She had so many opportunities to object during that testimony just now. And you let it ride and let it slide. The prosecutor testified the majority of that direct. Are you kidding me? Objection. You should have been Darrell Brooks, objecting just to object, just to hear yourself say objection. What for what? He was like, let me think. Leading, overruled, cross-examined. Darrell Brooks, what? Subject matter jurisdiction. I do not consent to be called in that name. Girl, you had legitimate objection now. Leading, the prosecutor is not supposed to be testifying. You let it slide. You let it ride, let it slide. Oh, well, oh, hell. Goddamn, oh, man. But it will go perfectly with her. How many other doomsday verdicts? Child. So, Allie, so I don't know, like, so there was talks, and a lot of times, like, it's not going to get us like nowhere like to speculate, right? So there was talks that her ex-husband before Charles, he died like of this heart attack thing that they keep talking about. And the brother, look at this, y'all, Alex, to me, it was just kind of crazy how he passed. Come on now. She conspired to have her own children unalive. Her older children. Do you think she cared about Alex? He was like a puppet for her. A puppet. It was a shame the way she broke up his marriage every day. They couldn't stand her. Child, yeah, I'm telling y'all. She should ask Brooks if she can borrow his laminated objections. Girl, he about to dust that off. When he was in the separate room during his trial, he got so tired, he was like, I was about to hold up my address. He was like this with the paper. Let me get some, because that was funny as heck. He was so tired. He got tired of holding up that side. He was like,
All right, I need to excuse the jury for just a couple minutes to resolve something. It should only take a few minutes. We'll have you wait in the jury
objection.
room. And then
Objection.
We'll continue.
yes, he can write dust that objection sign off because he gonna be out the room. Child, I want to see if he gonna come into the court with hair, without hair, because y'all know he got his hair. He's growing his hair back. He looked like the picture. His hair is not as long just yet, but he definitely looks like the picture from when he was arrested. He was swinging them 4 dreads in the front. I said, Daryl, they're a little fuller than when you got arrested, but please, if you don't go ahead and sit down somewhere, you PDF.
Agent that day on scene, is that correct?
Primarily, yes.
Come on.
Did you work for someone else before Chandler Police Department?
United States Army, Arizona Department of Corrections.
Let me see what I can do, Allie.
A couple other little jobs after I got out of the Army.
Did you work for Gilbert Police Department at all?
No.
Y'all look at her. She's busting out the back of the jacket. Like she got she's getting like an old lady. Look at the top. She's getting that little old lady hump
As the
right
scene
here.
agent that day, you talked about,
True child.
you were there. Did you write a report about that day?
Keep my back flat.
Yes, ma'am.
Please. Just keep it flat. You can put a little fat on it.
When did you write that report?
That gotta hurt.
I don't know the day I sat down to write it.
Oh.
It was shortly after the event.
He said the day I
So
sat
close
down
to July
write it.
11th, 2019?
Close to it.
Within a week, maybe?
Again, I don't
Again.
recall when I
You just came in
specifically
and hit
started
that like
typing
button
that.
for me, please, for the free 99. Thank you. Before you click out of the video, please click and hit the like button, please, for the free 99. Thank you. Go ahead,
When
Joel.
you arrived
You
that
don't like her.
day, who
You don't
was
like
there
her.
already?
Patrol officers,
Just them?
I'm retired. I'm an expert. Be all.
fire department might have been there. Alex Cox was there.
Oh,
Other
Alex
detectives arrived.
Cox was
I
there.
couldn't tell you the order of which
Let me
everybody
on the
arrived.
Alex Cox.
And where did you park?
Baby.
I parked north of the scene.
And then did you go directly into the house?
No, ma'am.
What did you do first?
Scope the scene out.
We received a briefing of what patrol officers had learned. We learned that there was a body inside the residence, and we came up with an investigative plan.
Who did that debriefing to you?
I don't think anybody specifically ran the debriefing. We, as detectives, gathered around the patrol officers, and they informed us basically of what they had seen and what they had been told.
And who were those detectives with you?
Well, Detective Duncan would have been there with me. Detective Moffitt would have been there. I didn't take a roll call of all the detectives there. Possibly Detective Inclin. I don't
I
know.
like him. He said, look at listen, BR, you got the paper. I ain't take no
And
roll
then
call.
where did you proceed after that debriefing?
Well, after the debriefing, I provided the information of what I had learned to Detective Kaminsky, who is still back at the police department, and gave him the information necessary to request a search warrant for the residence.
And then what?
What do you mean?
We
that?
waited.
To get the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
To have it issued?
To see if the judge would issue it, yes.
And how long did that take?
Don't believe we got word back from the courts until it would have been Probably between 11:30, 11:45, and then we made entry shortly thereafter.
So is it your protocol that you can't enter until the search warrant is issued?
That is what we do once the scene has been made secure, yes.
Okay. And then when you entered, who entered with you?
Myself, the crime scene tech, we were the initial ones. I think Detective Duncan might have come in with us as well, but that would have been the extent of the initial entry.
Do you know the name of the crime scene tech that was with you?
Jordan,
Is that the last name or first name?
the last name.
And then what did you do after that?
Well, after that, we continued to go with our normal process of having photographs taken. I did the lizard Q spheres. I completed getting information necessary for the diagram that was presented and continued to just do our job.
So is that protocol to do photographs first?
That would be our protocol, yes.
And then what do you do after that? I know that you were searching for the blood in all the rooms. When did that occur?
That occurs after the initial photographs are done, and then we can walk through and look in the particular areas that's been photographed already.
Okay, so the photographs are finished and then you guys kind of walk through.
Or at least finished in an area that we can actually walk through, yes.
Okay. And then when did you set up the tripod after, how long after that?
So the tripod was set up after the area had been photographed. So that way I wasn't interfering with anything. And that way we're not having the tripod in our original photographs.
Right, makes sense. And do you think, so Detective Duncan was with you going through the house?
I believe he was there, yes.
So it was basically the two of you or three of you going through room by room, or were you split up, or how does that work?
We would have divided and conquered a little bit to make the search a little bit more expedient. But that, again, you're slowed to the time frame of what it takes to do the overall photographs.
Ooh, did he just?
So the photographs took about how long?
I don't ever
Really?
look at my watch to see how long it takes because it's a big house, as you're aware. And I let the crime scene tech do their job. I don't push them and tell them that TikTok, there's nothing like that. It's do your job, we'll follow along.
Okay, and you guys started that process at about 11:45?
I think the actual time would have been closer to noon that we would have started that process.
And about how long did it take to go through the whole house, and about how long was that?
Again, for me, I don't document how long it takes for any particular task because each scene is different. I just focus on doing the tasks. I rarely take a look at my watch to see how much time I'm spending on it because I want to do the job. I don't care about the time it takes.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
And you did not pick up any of the evidence that was marked. That wasn't part of your protocol, is to take the evidence into custody. Is that correct?
Most of the evidence I did not pick up, correct.
And whose job is that?
We usually defer to the crime scene techs to do that. There are times that we will assist them with doing it depending on what the item is.
So that day, was it Jordan who did that? Was he the crime scene tech that took that evidence?
She would have been the one that was collecting at our direction, yes.
She Bill.
And so you kind of pointed out as the detectives, and then they pick it up and...
Correct, because they're trained how to handle evidence, how to package evidence, how to process. So we work in tandem together. We're the investigative body, and they're the scientific portion of it.
Makes sense. Okay. Did you,
She stopped testifying. I'm
what
telling
time
you.
do you think that you,
She's
well, let's ask this.
testifying.
After you're done with the photos, and then you're done with checking the house, and all of the evidence is picked up and logged, then what else do you do at the house? What else did you do at the house that day?
Well, you just bundled that up into like tiny little package, but it took a long time to get to the point that you're talking about. So My day pretty much involved the scene. As far as ancillary jobs to go somewhere else or do other things, no, my day was pretty much spent there on Four Peaks.
Correct. Yeah. So when did you leave the residence then?
We secured from the house sometime between 4 and 4:30 p.m.
And what other tasks did I miss that you accomplished during that 12 o'clock?
Girl,
to
I ain't
4:30?
telling you. You tell it.
I just don't know what you were doing in there. I'm just wondering.
Well, we identified the proper or the evidence items. We're looking for other evidence items.
I wanna tell her
I
nothing.
am
You
still
wanna
doing the
know.
diagram, so measurements need to be done. We have to wait for the medical examiner to arrive because we can't do anything with the body until they show up. And then once they show up, we pretty much stop with the other projects until we can
Don't know what
focus
you were
on the
doing
body
in
and
there.
get the body out of there because there aren't very many investigators for
was
the
looking for when you
medical
get the blood.
examiner in the
When you get
county,
the-
so we don't want to tie them up longer than we have to. And then we'll resume searching or identifying information, evidence, collecting it, and working our way to a conclusion where we can leave the scene.
When you say weave, do you mean make up the scene?
So after searching the whole entire house, did you guys search the backyard at all?
Ooh,
It was searched.
she trying to tell y'all
Did you do
something.
that or did someone else do
I
it?
did not.
Who would have been in the backyard searching?
It would have either been another detective or we would have asked an officer to do it.
And what would they be looking for?
Any blood evidence, anything to indicate,
Evidence.
based upon the information we had of the event that took place inside that house.
So when you made your assessment,
Exactly, Allie. Exactly my point.
you were able to leave after
They can't
That
step in
assessment
unless
was
she
made?
asks
that everything was accomplished?
for help. That's the
What
difference.
assessment are you talking about?
That all the evidence was gathered and collected?
That I was satisfied that we had
Doing your MD
collected
out,
what we
girl.
needed to collect?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Oh, is it showing?
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, actually, let's just turn that off until we need it. Thank you.
Child, y'all tell me she's not doing this on purpose. She got hopefully for the world to see. Look at my work. That's my work. Charles is not here on this earth no more because that's my work. Evil idiot. She's evil, y'all.
So you stated earlier that the type of weapon that was found was a 45 caliber?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a semi-automatic?
It is.
Okay.
You know
How's
what
that
it
different
is.
from like a revolver? What's the difference between that?
Oh gosh.
The
it's
build
not-
itself, I like to use simplistic terms when I describe what a
this is not a
revolver looks
class
like.
for you to learn about
Most
guns,
people are
sir.
familiar with the Western movie. So the wheel gun,
A revolver is the wheel.
that's a revolver. What you see modern police officers carrying these
When they
days are
play Russian
semi-autos.
roulette.
So
Yeah.
that's kind of the analogy I give to people that don't know guns.
And what's the difference between
She know
when you're
guns.
shooting a semi-automatic or shooting a revolver?
You
How
know-
fast you can shoot? Does that make sense?
The speed on which somebody can shoot is dependent upon the shooter themselves.
Exactly.
The skill level they have, the weapon they might be using.
fool her.
There are a
fool
lot
her.
of circumstances
Like, is this a
and
class
things that
or-
happen
or what he's
to
talking
be able to
to?
qualify
He-
that
he needs to
statement.
do. Okay, so I get
Right.
it.
And you have
Right.
taken many gun classes,
already
right,
know.
that we heard of?
And I'm an instructor, yes.
And
And
you're an
I'm a-
instructor. So when you're taking a gun class, is it common for them to say, is it common that
Girl,
they tell you to shoot center mass? Is that a common term?
That is what we train as police officers, is
Yep,
to
shoot
shoot
center
center
mass.
mass. It has the highest probability of guaranteeing a
Stopping the
hit
target.
on the adversary that you're trying to shoot.
exactly. Yep.
So if you were being
They're gonna
attacked,
say
you should
shoot the.
point at center
They're gonna
mass. Is
say
that correct?
That
center
is
mass.
what's trained, and because stress can obviously create issues, but yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is it a common term to say to center mass?
No,
In
that
training?
that is something that I've heard, but I wouldn't classify it as common.
That's not. Yeah, they don't teach you that.
Would you teach that in your class?
No, bitch.
It depends on what class is and what we're actually doing. If
Sorry,
it's
y'all.
standard officers,
You know my nerve.
no, I don't tell them to always shoot to center mass, no.
You
If
know
it
my
was a
nerve, y'all.
novice
I
who was
don't-
like taking a gun class for the first time, would you teach them that?
No,
No, bitch.
What would you teach them?
you would teach them to shoot till the threat went away.
Yep. Shoot to stop
And
the
that
threat.
can be with one shot. It can be with more than
It
one
sure
shot.
can.
Okay.
Shoot to stop the threat. That's what they teach you. Shoot to stop the
So
threat.
in
But
this
aim
particular
to the
gun, the
mass.
45, when the shells are ejected, where do they go?
Out and away.
So in this particular gun, do they go to the
No.
right or to the
Why
left?
is he?
I've not test fired this particular gun. I believe that most semi-automatics do eject the casings out to
Objection.
the right. Whether it's high right, low
Objection.
right, I'm not sure. It could be farther forward, it could be farther back.
Non-responsive, Judge.
I did not test fire this gun, so I cannot speak specifically to how this particular gun ejects.
Right. So you shouldn't
Other
even
than most
testify. You
likely
shouldn't
to the right.
testify to none of that.
But it
Non-responsive.
could go to the left?
Objection.
Not
Non-responsive.
not the way the ejection port is set up.
You don't know. He don't know.
So no guns that are 45s could go to the left?
He don't know. You better.
Certainly, you could have a left-handed gun set up that it would eject that way.
Girl.
But the way this particular gun is set up, the
That's why
ejection
you don't
port
try to do a
dictates which way
professional's
that's
job.
going to go.
This is exactly the
When
reason why
the
we
cycle, when the slide cycles back and that extractor pulls the casing back, the ejector is usually located on the opposite side of the extractor, and that will kick it out of the actual ejection port of the slide.
So for someone like me who doesn't really understand guns too well, you would say that a right-handed gun they would
she
eject
said
out of the
that,
right,
you
but a
ain't
left-handed
know.
gun they could eject out of the left.
And they're very rare to see.
Ooh, she is.
And do people have left-handed
Well,
guns?
she
I guess
tried.
I
She
never
ain't
really
clever. I ain't
thought
gonna
about
get.
that.
Some people do.
But
If
you
you're
ain't
left-handed, you'd want that, I guess. Okay.
Did she slide that
So-
in his own? She slid that in on him, y'all.
In this particular case,
Doesn't know what.
when you said in your report that the shells bounced off the wall, they had gone to the right,
Lori,
like they were supposed to. Is that correct?
That is what I was operating off of, yes.
And then they would have bounced to the left.
Yes, because that makes sense.
And they would have landed to the left of my husband.
That's not your
What I
husband.
found.
Along the west wall.
Your ex-husband.
But
Girl, now you want him to be your husband.
how close to the wall were they found?
Chad, this big is
The
big.
pictures show where they were found. They're relatively close to
I
the
would have
wall.
been like your
inches
husband
away.
who,
I was gonna
Chad?
say inches,
Yes.
not feet, but
Hey,
inches.
girl,
Correct.
drop mic.
And so would that be a normal trajectory from hitting the wall to where they landed?
I am not surprised by seeing that, yes.
Who, Chad?
According to how fast they would be going. How fast does a casing come out of a gun? I don't really know.
I've never chronographed a casing coming out of a gun. I've only chronographed bullets. So I have no idea how fast a casing comes out. It doesn't come out with enough force to really hurt anybody.
So there weren't any divots in the wall or anything like that because
There could be microscopic divots, but it'd be very difficult to find.
She just learned
and
that
you didn't find
on
any
his
that
direct.
were
Come on,
visible to
y'all.
the eye.
Nothing that caught my eye.
Sit
no.
down, Lori. You making attorneys look bad.
So were you there at the time when Alex did the walkthrough?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were there. Did he describe where he was standing?
Up.
Sustained.
Did he show you physically where he was standing?
Objection hearsay. You should have let him. Girl,
Was there a wall right next to where he was standing?
Objection. Everything that walked through is objection now because he's a goner.
Your Honor, I'm not asking for the truth of the matter asserted. I'm saying he observed this person standing in that place.
Why is you? Ooh, is she? Wait a minute, Bill.
Mr. Cox standing in that place.
Okay. Did you observe Mr. Cox standing in the room where he told you that the gun
Judge, don't
was?
do it no more. Don't
I
help him. No
observed
more.
him standing in the vicinity that he indicated.
And was that in the hallway
Objection.
or in the main room?
Oh, he.
Right. If the question is in relation to Mr. Cox showing or recreating or demonstrating, then the objection is sustained.
She
Where
said,
did you observe Mr. Cox standing when he went through the walkthrough to?
Well, that's the testimony that I'm.
You could tell she don't have no acetol in that too. No acetol. He's all back.
I'm trying to understand, Your Honor. So what the
That's why
witness
you should have got
observed
the
is not relevant?
professionals. See, this is
I
don't.
didn't say that. Let's do a sidebar.
Okay.
Child. That's why you let the professionals do a professional job, because you're not an attorney. Like, why you just didn't ask them, can you consult with your standby counsel? Why does man look like Chad Daybell? Why the prosecutor looks like Chad Daybell? If y'all know what Chad Daybell looked like, this prosecutor looks like Chad Daybell. Every time the camera passed him, I'm like, do they got Chad Daybell in a courtroom out of jail sitting at the prosecution table? That's creepy, y'all. I don't care who y'all are. That is creepy to me. Let me see if we was a little back. No, they had sidebar for real. The what? He look, y'all. Just look at him. He looks like Chad Daybell, even from the side. I would like to see him face forward. I would like to see him face forward. He looks like Chad. From the side and from the back of the head, Chad.
Detective Coons, where would you place the shooter standing in that room?
I would place the shooter in the area of where the curve of the wall was and
I would
the
say
kind of the hallway entry area, somewhere in that general area.
I would place him where Alex said he was standing.
So would you have it, what direction would you place him standing?
Objection.
Facing, I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Not standing, but facing.
For which shot?
Oh,
The first one.
I like
The first one in a more easterly direction,
I like him.
And the second?
in a more northern direction with a slight deviation to the east.
Ooh, can you say that in
So would
plain
you
English
have
for her?
him stepping forward? Is that what you're saying?
No.
No. Objection.
What direction would you have him moving?
I didn't say the shooter moved.
Uh-oh.
You're just saying that he shot from a different angle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you think he was standing in the same location?
I don't know that.
Ubia. Ubia. Hey, get spicy. Get spicy with her then. Get spicy with her then.
So according to where you put him standing with the first shot,
Judge, we got 3 minutes.
the casing bounced off of the wall to the right and landed to the left.
It's going on 8 o'clock.
Correct.
Wrap it up, Judge.
And then where you have him standing in the second shot,
Lori,
the
you
same
gonna
thing
come back
happened.
tomorrow, Lori?
Approximately, yes.
And how far apart were those
Wrap it
casings
up.
found?
I don't have the specific measurement of how far apart they were. They were a few feet.
Oh, he just God, I don't want to.
They're a few feet apart.
Yes.
So if he was standing in the same place, would they be a few feet apart or would they be closer?
It depends on a different amount of things, like how was the gun being held? Was it canted to the side? Was it not?
Lori.
What the angle was? Could the shooter have moved? A little, but it would have been in the same general vicinity.
But you said he didn't move, according to you.
I said I didn't say he moved.
What?
So he could have moved because they were more than
It's
a foot
magic
apart.
with the
casings found.
A little, yes. Would have been in the same
He
general
could have
area.
pivoted. He did a pivot.
So he could have taken a couple steps.
He could have did a pivot.
Perhaps.
He
Could
could
have
pivot.
slid the body sideways.
He could have pivoted.
Anything that you can do to the body, it could have been done in a short area.
Pivot.
And is that common?
sorry, y'all.
and
That-
I don't know
that's
what's shooting.
hell.
If is that common with someone to shoot
That's
once
good.
and then move and shoot again?
Yes, you just speculating now at this point, be all.
Sustain it on speculation.
In your experience as a firearms expert who fires a lot of guns,
Oh,
right? Would that be a common thing to do?
girl.
All right, I'll sustain the objection as to speculation.
Let's talk about stippling.
Oh, she mad.
The first shot, according to you, had stippling. Is that correct?
No,
It did not have any stippling.
none was observed.
And the second shot,
None was observed.
no stippling was observed.
Correct.
Is that what's in the ME's report?
I believe so.
That there was no stippling?
That'll be hearsay, bitch. I'm sorry, y'all. She getting on my nerve. That would be a question for the
Can I have a
medical
minute, Hannah?
examiner. That's hearsay. He can't testify to the medical examiner's report. That is hearsay, Lori. You should have let the professionals do their mother freaking job. You sit down and hold. Your time is up. It's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock, y'all. We've been here for about 5-6 hours. It's 8 o'clock. Let's go. Wrap it up. He tired. Let him go home. You don't know what you're doing. Go. He can't testify to that. The medical examiner is coming. You ask the medical examiner those questions, beyond.
You were observing the autopsy. The ME
Wrap
didn't
it
say
up.
anything about stippling?
I don't recall any mention about stippling.
And you didn't have a discussion with him about it?
We would have if he'd observed any.
And so if he said that to someone else, you would be surprised?
That's hearsay.
I don't know what he had in his notes. I didn't author his report.
Can you describe stippling for us? What that is?
Sure. It's basically a combination of particles that come out from behind or follow the projectile as it exits the barrel. A lot of times it's partial burned or unburned powder, and it's a short distance phenomena, so the person has to be extremely close
she's like,
for
"I'm over
the
here."
pattern to
He's not talking to you,
actually
he's
present
talking to
itself
you.
and the particles embed in the clothing
No
or the
matter.
skin.
So if stippling was found, how far away would the gun have
If
to
you just
be
join,
from
hit that like button for the $3.99. Thank
It depends on the gun.
you.
on this 45 semi-automatic?
I am not an expert on the stippling patterns. That is something that we would have to send to the lab for. And what they would do is they would test it with witness panels at different distances to give that information.
Is there an estimate?
That's where it would come in. Usually the medical examiner, if they observe stippling, will give an estimate of close or contact.
So would you be surprised if he said 2 to 4 feet?
If that's what he
Objection,
says.
speculation. Yes,
That if there's stippling, then the gun would have to be 2 to 4 feet.
It's possible, but
Wrap it up.
I wouldn't hold my hat on
Patty
that.
Dragon's
No.
ready to take you back.
I would have to have the gun tested for that.
Wrap it up,
Is
Lori.
this a good spot to break for the evening?
Wrap it up.
I mean, I'm not cutting you off. If you want to ask a few more questions, that's fine.
That's fine.
All right, we'll take our evening recess. Members of the jury, please remember the admonition. I'll remind you to specifically avoid any outside information, any information about this case outside this courtroom. And we'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
10:30 a.m. All right. So that'll be the end for that biatch. No, I know I ain't no goddamn saying I don't, and don't apologize for it. So there we have it. Lori Vallow Daybell, whatever she wants to call herself. There we have it. You leave the professional job up to the professionals. You don't try to do a professional's job. You have no reason. These people will eat, drink, and sleep on you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So don't be a Lori Vallow, excuse me, not Vallow, I'm sorry. We're going to X out that Vallow name. You wanted to be a Daybell, stop getting up there testifying and talking about your husband. Because I would have been like, who? Your husband, Chad Daybell? Because Chad Daybell didn't get pow. She would have sat down after she asked me that. Okay? So you get what you asking for, and he should have gave it to her. He was giving her the business. So shout out to him. And I hope that she'll finish early tomorrow so he can continue on with his retirement. Girl, you need to tap out now. Take this L. You're not coming home. What are you fighting for? You don't unalive your children? Okay. So that ends today's day 2 of the Lori Daybell-ish show. Shout out to the channel sponsors for today. We got Ellie. And we had Royal Bristolian. Shout out to y'all both. Let me see if I can find a Where's my horn at? I don't understand. But anyway, we added some other people to the chat. And yeah, see on the phone. This is bull crap. I got all my stuff set up over there. Oh, here you go. Shout out to them if y'all can hear this. I hope so. Thank you so much for donating to the show. It always means so much to me that you guys show support. Welcome to all the new family members that we received on today. Shout out to Chloe Alba's Revenge. I did get the email about the case. I'm going to look into that. So what I'm going to do is I'll make a thumbnail, and I may start a little late. I need to check the times to make sure they're accurate. So if he's saying 10:30, that means they're not going on till a half an hour afterwards. That's how they normally do it. So that's what I'm going to set the stream up for that time, to go a half an hour after 10:30. That's Pacific Standard Time. So that's 10, 11. That's giving me 12:30, 1 o'clock. It's not giving me 2. Now they said whatever time I put up is going to be the correct time. It's going to be a half an hour moving forward, because it said 10. He said 10:30, 11, 12, 1. It's 2 o'clock. So 2 o'clock. Your girl figured it out. Okay. Just take a break. Give me a break. I mean, give me some wiggle room. Okay. So it is still the same like as of today. So it'll be 2 o'clock p.m. So I'll go see my mom. As long as everything is everything, then I'll come back. And we're going to keep this live stream going, because I think it's hilarious that she thinks that she can get in the ring and wrestle with these, professionals, these people that's been doing their job for umpteen years. Now, I'm not too sure about his 40-hour course to become a sniper, but I think that's a pretty short amount of time for you to be able to take somebody's head off. I'm Survivor Speaker just saying. So anyway, we came here for a good time with us, but not a good time for Lori Daybell. So I'm going to end the show the way I normally end the show, by telling you and educating you and bringing awareness that men get breast cancer too, because of the stigma surrounding the word breasts. We have changed the word to chest and or pec cancer over here for our men. But let's do all that we can do and continue to bring awareness that men get breast cancer too. And to my ladies, right now, I don't know where my O-ish button is on this phone. Anywho, make sure you're getting your mammograms, filling on your boobies to make sure that you are all right. All right. And don't you dare let anybody come into your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. I am Survivor Speaks. I'll see you guys in the next live stream or video upload. Now, watch out for that now. Thank you so much for joining and rocking out with me today. Peace.
Survivor Speaks is the name at the end of the day.
Survivor
Me or
Speaks.
hate me, I don't care
At the
either
end
way.
of the day,
It's a
what?
busted through like a leaf
I
in
don't
the
care
night.
either way.
Occasions as it's not out before the end of the fight. But check me out, coming through, knocking everything out.
But check me out.
You see, I do nothing for clout. Just like kiss, I'll let nothing take me out. So disrespectful when you step foot inside of my house. Every clear to have your ass escorted
Inside
on
of my
out.
house.
Talk about some bullshit. Wipe your feet, take a
Escorted
seat,
on.
and get comfortable and chill with your girl. Survivor Speaks. Yeah.
Survivor.
Hey, hey, hey. Who, what, what? I'm Survivor. Survivor. Speak.
Survivor.
What time is
See
it?
you.
What time is it? What time is it? It's time for you to hit that like and subscribe.
Time for you to hit that like.
And turn on that notification bell so you get a notification each and every time that I go live.
There's so much more recording, y'all.
It's Survivor Speaks and it's showtime, ladies
It's
and
Survivor Speaks and it's showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here. Peace, peace. That'd be $5 for everybody that's watching.